Hi, everyone. Welcome to week number 2 of the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships presented by Concept2. My name is Mike Arsenault. Once again, I'll be your host throughout the racing program for today. And this is truly a global event. So, depending on where you are across the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. We have athletes from 42 countries competing today who have qualified for the semifinal and final competition of the racing program, representing 6 continents. So yes, truly a global event. This is week 2 of the competition. Last week, the 500 meters was all about power and speed. This week, power, speed, and we're adding endurance. So 2,000-meter races, and it's not just one race. Athletes who make the final potentially will be racing 3 hard-fought 2,000-meter races in just 2 days of competition. So a little bit different ask of these athletes compared to last weekend. And let me bring in the members of the commentary team. Camilla Hadlin-Harks, we were with you last weekend, so we had potentially athletes racing 3 times at 500 meters. This week, 3 times at 2,000 meters. So I'm curious, what was the last 6 or 7 days like for these athletes as they rest up from one weekend and get ready to compete for this weekend?
I think precisely that, Mike. Resting up, the key thing that these guys will have been doing over the last 5 or 6 days. But great to be back. I think that we're going to see a really different strategy play out here in this 2,000-meter racing than we did in the 500-meter racing. These athletes, again, over these last 5 days, are going to have shifted their mindset because, cutting margins fine in the 500 meters is quite dangerous, right? You really don't have many sort of split times within that 500-meter split time to play with. Here in the 2Ks, I think those athletes that we're expecting to see at the top of the podium come this afternoon, evening here in Europe. But of course, whatever time that you're watching this and tuning in the world, the time we get around to our finals, I think they've got a little bit more of a buffer here to play with through the semi-finals. So we may not see them up there in the top sort of 3-5. They might be right down in the sort of top 15-20, but yeah, it'll be an interesting strategy for sure to watch.
Thanks, Camilla. The other member of our commentary team, Neve Hayes. Neve, welcome once again. So in terms of that buffer that Camilla was talking about, so we've already seen it yesterday during the continental knockouts that times weren't nearly as fast as they should be for athletes at the tip of the spear. Do you expect to see that a little bit in the semifinal for our top athletes as we try and get from 50 to the top 20 for the grand finals?
So obviously yesterday they were going from top 150 to the top 50. So I think there was more places up for grabs. Obviously it starts getting harder as the competition goes on. So only 20 spots up for grabs in the grand finals. So there definitely isn't as much of a buffer time. But we did see a lot of those experienced athletes who we've seen at these championships over the years, whereby they didn't give it their all yesterday. They saved something in the tank because they knew they would probably have 2 hard races today. Now, as Camilla said, you definitely do have more time. You have more of a strategy within the race in the 2,000-meter time. Last weekend in the 500-meter race, there's not a huge amount of time to kind of shift gears within it. You just kind of have to go. Whereas in the 2,000-meter race, you can kind of see where you're coming on the leaderboard, and you can kind of, change strategies if you need to in the middle of the race. So we might see some of that today, I think.
Well, as mentioned, 42 countries, 6 continents. How do we link all of this together so athletes are racing each other? Take a look.
Welcome to the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept2, where the world comes together to race, no matter where you are. From first-timers to world champions, every stroke counts in this electrifying test of power, endurance, and mental grit. The World Rowing Indoor Championships will be staged as a fully virtual event, bringing together nearly 1,500 athletes from all corners of the globe, competing from their homes, gyms, and clubs, all connected in real time and racing against each other on their Concept2 rowing machine. Using Time Team's home race software, the competitors will be all virtually connected. While racing, competitors will know their placing, as their indoor rower will be running in race mode. This will allow them to see their position in a race on their rowing machine's monitor. There are 2 types of races competitors can enter: individual distance races, over 500 meter or 2,000 meter, and the relay races, where teams of 4 will race over 500 meter or 2,000 meter. The format this year is one of a kind. Qualified athletes will compete in continental knockout heats, from which the top 50 athletes will progress to the elimination semifinals. It is then the top 20 athletes that will qualify for the grand finals to determine the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Champions. Following the completion of the grand finals, medals will be awarded to the highest placed 3 finishers in every age category. Are you ready to take on the world? Join us for the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships presented by Concept2 and make history from wherever you row.
Well, Camilla, what I love about the World Rowing Indoor Championships is that it is truly democratic. All you need is a Concept2 rowing machine, and you can enter the competition competing against the best of the world. We saw in that video that there's quite the difference in surroundings for some of these athletes. They're in their living rooms by themselves racing, or potentially have a support system, a group around them. And we have it on some good authority that the Lemelin brothers in Belgium might be competing in front of 1,000 people in a sports hall for their semifinal, potentially semi or final race, the grand finals later today. Does that extra pressure, does that maybe think the brothers might go it a little too hard and get caught up in the excitement for the semifinal? And will that impact their final performance if they get there?
Look, I think the Lemelin brothers, especially Ward, such an icon in the world of indoor rowing, particularly. I have a lot of trust that they have prepared so well, and I've been following their preparations through the week. Actually, they've been documenting through social media their sort of training for this week, and also their preparation into yesterday's continental qualifiers. And they've got their warm down to a T on the bike. They've got their recovery completely and utterly nailed down. So I think in terms of their ability to stick to a race plan and to do what they need to do through the semi-finals, I think I trust them, regardless of the amount of support that is around them, to hold firm on what they need to do to be able to give themselves the best opportunity, especially Ward, one of the only athletes that's ever gone that elusive sub 540 time here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships, to be able to put on that performance again in the final.
And that will be something to watch. So let's get to the racing action. Our first race that we're going to tee up, Neve, is the semifinal for the lightweight women, and something a little bit different. We're used to, of course, focusing on the podium positions 1 through 3, but in this case, we're really going to be focused on, for the semifinal, Neve, on those positions 17 to 23, because again, we're going from 50 competitors down to 20 for the final. So does that impact how you're looking at these semifinal races?
Absolutely. We often do get caught up in those podium spots, but for this, as you mentioned, it is those 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 first place. They're the ones we want to be watching. And like, as we saw last week in the 500s, I know there are different races, but we saw like it was mere point, nothing of a second in between those times. So it's really, important at the early stages of the race that people go off hard, treat it like a final. And then in those kind of later stages, that middle part of the 2K is that where they can kind of pace themselves. They'll see on their monitor in front of them where they're coming, and then it's about pacing and making sure they stay in that top 20. But yeah, we're looking at the map here showing rowers from all over the world here in the lightweight women's.
Well, from the west coast of the U.S. to the east coast of Australia. So every race will be able to show you this map here, and you can get, again, an idea of the global scale, Camilla, of all of the racers. And we're just having kind of final preparations. So I'm going to pass things over to both of you. Camilla, Neve, semifinal lightweight women, first race of the day. Take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, 5 continents will be spread across our screens here, and here is our top qualifier through into this semi-final, Martina Radosh, who you may be familiar with as one of our competitors at the Paris Olympic Games this year, representing Poland alongside her partner Katarzyna Welner. A brilliant performance from them to be competing on the biggest stage of them all. But we've got there on screen as well Arafa of Egypt, somebody who has competed not only last weekend and this weekend, but also picked up a medal in the process in the 500 meter lightweight women's race. So there she is. Let's see if she can do a similar progression path through here in the 2000 meters. But Neve, it is just so different. You can be a medalist in the 500, but the 2K, just such a different beast.
Completely different beast. And we're seeing here on our screens now that everyone is sitting ready. So let's give them a moment before they go. And here we are off in the first semi-final of the day, the lightweight women, and super start here. You can see the rowers taking those really fast, short first few strokes to get that flywheel moving, and then we're going to start to see those rower pace it out. Now, as we mentioned, it's key that they come in the top 20 here today. So they're going to be going hard, particularly through this first 250, to kind of see where they are on the lead. Strategy may change. They may want to reserve a little bit of energy for that grand final if they make it there. But up the top of the leaderboard at the moment, we are seeing Bruna Parent of Portugal. She was second yesterday in the continental knockout heats. She is no stranger to indoor roars, many medals over the years. First last year in the lightweight women's 21 to 22. Justine Renston there now, Camilla, on our screen.
Yeah, Justine Reston, we see her multiple times throughout the various World Rowing Indoor Championships that we've had. She this year racing in our lightweight women's 55 to 59 category. Her target time, a time of 7:35. She qualified with a 7:30. So let's keep an eye on how that progresses for her. But perhaps no surprises here. Radosh right at the top of the leaderboard with 400 meters down. But Parente, such a young competitor. You've mentioned her already here in this race, Neve. A 7:27.5 puts her in a really good position to be able to get through, not only to qualify but be in real medal contention, especially with a target time of 7:10. She's 22 years of age, right up here at the front of the field alongside Radosh. But here is that battle for the 20th place cutoff, and at the moment it seems to me like it's Frances Anguilo, 21st position, 22nd position. She's pushing hard here, 24 meters off the lead, but more importantly, not far off that qualifying position for the final.
This is it. And because of the 2,000 meter, the distance that they have to row, unlike last week, there is time to actually push yourself up a few places here. We're very much seeing that kind of 19, 20, 21st place very much changing every few strokes here. At the moment, Julie Drake of Great Britain in 19th position, Marianne Becker, a name we see often at indoor championships from Denmark. She is in that all-important 20th position. Amanda Calvert then of Great Britain as well, 21st. But those keep changing here, and there's very little separating, maybe kind of from 18th down to 22, 20, 22nd, 23rd position here. So very much still all to play for. They have about 750 meters done here, so still lots of time to make changes. But up the top there, yes, Bruna Parent of Portugal still just leading it out ahead of Linda Bradell. So it'll be interesting to see now, Camilla, will the two of them, and indeed Martina Rados of Poland, will they keep pushing each other to see who can get the fastest time? Or will we, as we start to approach that halfway mark now, will things change and will they start to ease off slightly, I wonder?
Well, do you know what? I think one of the things that we'll probably talk about through each of these races today, the semi-finals, the finals, around 2K rowing strategy. Lots of people approach it very differently, but one of the key things to remember, this is all about an average time, right? Your average time over those 2,000 meters, those 250 strokes or so. And so if Parente, Bradell, Radosh feel that they've put in enough to bring that average down to, I think, probably around about a 156, 157 is where we're looking at for that benchmark cutoff at the moment, in terms of average split time. I think they'll feel they can pull themselves off the gas and save themselves ready for that final. On the other end of the scale, this is where we've got this battle for 19th, 20th, and these guys are going to have to try and negative split, which is where they get faster through the race to try and pull that split timing down. You can see here we've still got some athletes that are around that sort of 158, 159. Martinez, Prines, we've seen Julie Drake on the screen of Great Britain as well. She's just let it slip up to a 2-minute split, and I think we're going to need to see scores underneath that 2-minute marker, Neve, to get yourself into that top 20. We're now into the final 800 meters. This is that third 500 where we talk about athletes starting to really suffer because you've gone through that first half of the race. This is the really dark period where the lactic acid has built up and it's all about that efficiency. But our top few here, Arafa looking fantastic there, as was Radosh up at the top of the board. I think settling now into a pace that they can hold. Justine Reston on screen here for Great Britain, looking like she's still pressing hard to maintain her space in that top top 5, but it's all shuffling here, even within the top 10, Neve.
It is very much, and like we saw, I love seeing people into people's homes and their gyms, and we're getting a real feel to how they're approaching these races. We saw Martina Rados of Poland there, just looking so easeful there, rating at 27 strokes per minute. We saw her there a moment ago. Whereas then other athletes who are kind of in that top 5 position, they look a bit more under pressure here. So I wonder, do the likes of Martina, does she know that she's pretty safe at this position, and now is her moment? You know, we're into the last 500. This is her time now to maybe just ease off slightly, because she, you know, the likes of those there in the top 5 probably know at this stage that they're safe. But things changing here. 19-20, it is Marianne Becker of Denmark up in 19th now. Julie Drake of Great Britain just in that 20th position. Samantha Ayres of Great Britain also just behind in 21st. So with about 300 meters to go now, there is nothing separating those athletes in those places, those qualifying positions at the moment. Julie Drake is the lucky one in 20th position, but as you said, they're going to have to keep the pressure on those in kind of 19-20. They're just about keeping it under that 2-minute split. You know, they really need to stick with that now as they come into these final approach to the finish line.
Here we go. This is the final few hundred meters here, and it's a Brit on Brit battle between Julie Drake and Samantha Ayres for that final qualifying spot into this evening's final. And Samantha Ayres just letting the splits creep up. She was up at 2:01, 2:02, whereas Julie Drake was holding firm at 2 minutes. But here she goes. Samantha Ayres has seen the danger. She's down at 1:56 now, pushing hard to try and get into that top 20. What can she do here? 34 strokes per minute. Has she left it too late? Just 2 meters separating 20th place from 21st place between Julie Drake and Samantha Ayres. Ayres maybe, I think, just left it that little bit too late, but 200 meters still to go here, Neve. I'm really keen to see how this battle develops between the two Brits there on screen.
Yes, things are changing now. Samantha Ayres just moving down into 22nd position here now. Morazana of Malaysia moving up into 21st. She is coming. I think she just overtook Julie Drake. Has she done enough now to get herself into the top 20 rowers now? Just coming up to that finish line. It was Bruna Parent who came in first, but let's see who gets that 20th position. We have a joint 17th unofficially here at the moment, but it looks like Marianne Becker of Denmark got that final qualifying 20th position. Samantha Ayres and Julie Drake just being pushed down to 21st and 22nd from that final sprint there by Noor Zarana Zararia of Malaysia.
Yeah, Zakaria, wow, what a brilliant final sprint. She was nowhere to be seen on that leaderboard until the final 200 meters, and then she just put in a perfectly timed sprint, a really clear-cut race plan, very decisive of her to go when she did, and a brilliant finish there from Zakaria of Malaysia, the PhD student in software engineering who's been rowing for the last 10 years or so now. Wow, I think showing that she can push her limits continuously, and has managed to book that spot in the final ahead of a fight that we saw going on. We've still got a few athletes that are finishing up, but what a brilliant race for our first semi-final of the day. And again, I just love seeing all of these different environments that these athletes are competing in, from boat sheds to gyms to bedrooms to stadiums. This is just absolutely fantastic for our first race of the day.
Just tremendous performance. So we're talking about the endurance necessary. That was a 7-minute and 40-second race approximately. But Neve, the difference between 20th and 21st, 0.2 seconds. How do you live with that mentally, knowing that you missed out in a 2,000 meter race, missed out on making to the grand final because of 0.2 of a second?
That is a hard one to swallow, really. But I think, you know, as long as you showed up and did your best, you cannot control anyone else's performance, really. So as long as you went in there, you backed yourself, you know, and you did all the right things, you can't really, you know, you have to be happy with your performance. But, you know, these athletes would have raced already yesterday. Of course, the lightweight category, that adds a whole new different dimension. They would have had to weigh in, you know, between 1 and 2 hours before the race today. day. And obviously food and hydration can come into play for a lot of athletes if they're on the cusp of that 61.5 kilo target that they have to hit. So, preparation for the lightweight is tricky, but as long as they did their best and did their all, that's all you can ask for.
And we'll dive into that a little bit further. Again, that preparation, especially for the lightweight category, as you mentioned. Of course, the athletes had to weigh in yesterday. That weigh-in that they did yesterday, that still counts for today. So they haven't had to weigh in multiple times for the weekend. But before we continue on with our coverage, of course, this weekend wouldn't be possible without our Concept2 rowers. And for a word from the founder of Concept2, Peter Dreisagacker, take a look.
I think our company has been really driven by the customers and the people who use the equipment. And they're the ones who started the whole indoor racing and competitions. And yeah, it's really been driven by the users. Basically, we've been embracing technology for the last 40 years. And it's the technology that made racing start 40 years ago. And when we first hooked up the monitor, made it all possible. We had computers hooked up to machines back then that the computer had just a fraction of the power that your phone does now. And since then, we've been utilizing the phone power and app power to make sure we were connected with the world and with technology. More than 30 apps that people can use online. We've been trying to stay up with technology for a long time. In terms of growing the sport of rowing, indoor rowing is certainly the way people can get a start, an easy way to get a start into rowing and for the rest of their life. The fact that championships have been going on for so many years and continue to go on and is really really exciting to me. I mean, it's been a long time since people have gotten together and raced on the machines and enjoyed the competition. I know I have enjoyed many competitions over the years, and I always seem to get my best time when I'm rowing next to somebody, and that's really cool.
And yes, we all owe a debt of gratitude to Peter Dreisagacker for inventing the Concept2 indoor rowing machine. And as we saw, they are still practicing what he preaches. I actually had the chance to interview Peter on site at the 2023 World Rowing Indoor Championships in Toronto. So great to see him that he's still using the technology that has allowed this weekend to be possible. As we pivot back to our race competition, next up is the semifinal for the lightweight men. And Eve, I just want to start with you. So let's just again, in terms of the weigh-in, so what were these athletes having to do? They had to weigh in, of course, last weekend. What was that responsibility for this weekend in order for them to be able to race potentially 3 times?
Yeah, so for the lightweight men, we're looking at a target of 75 kilos. And a lot of these names we saw racing last weekend, as you mentioned. So, it depends on whether the athlete is, on the cusp of the 75 kilos and they have to work hard to kind of get under it for race day. Or a lot of these athletes might be well under it and have that little bit of leeway. For those of them that are on the cusp of it, it would have been really crucial that they didn't overdo it the training, in terms of food, in terms of hydration, while also finding the balance of recovering from last weekend, because obviously it's the food and the water and the training that are the things that do help you to recover. So it would have been just about refueling, recovering at the start of the week, and then looking at a strategy again to make sure that they hit that 75 kilos or under it yesterday when they weighed in.
So we saw the start list, we saw the global representation, and we can see all of the cameras that are on in the different rowing locations for these athletes. Camilla, for this one, 17 to 23, who do you kind of have your eye on in terms of those bubble racers?
Yeah, look, I think that we've got a few of the lightweight men a little bit further down the roster who have been big names in years gone by. And for me, there's an Olympian that we've got, Gonzalo Alvarez of Spain, who is somebody that I can definitely picture targeting that top 20 at 50 years of age, which just goes to show you not only the range of athletes that we've got competing from 19 years of age all the way through to sort of athletes that are competing in those older age categories. So yeah, a brilliant pool that we've got here.
Well, that gives me some hope. 50-year-old, I'm actually first in the age group this year. So this is my first year as an age group athlete. So I'll be looking forward to checking those racers out. Neve, let me pass things over to you for the call of this semifinal of the lightweight men.
Yes, we see athletes just gearing up now. They'll be watching the screens in front of them. So for those of you who are familiar with the monitors, these rowers will be getting commands on their monitors to tell them when to stop rowing, when to sit ready and to go. So we'll just wait now as they get going towards the start of this race. And we're seeing a false start here from erg number 13. We won't shout them out just in case. But when it comes to false starts, of course, and we spoke about this lots last week, Camilla, because it happened a few times. You know, you can only, if you do it twice, if you're the cause of 2 false starts, you are eliminated from it. But mentally, what, you know, Camilla, we spoke about it, like what do those false starts do for people?
Yeah, look, I think for some people that nervous first stroke, to get that out of the way is quite a big hurdle, and we talk a lot as rowing athletes about just focusing on stroke 1. So if you put all of your adrenaline energy into taking that first stroke, that can sometimes I guess shake off a little bit of those nerves. But on the other hand, it can also, I think, throw you if you have just been thinking about that first stroke for some time, having to re-engage, rethink about it, and also to not be too nervous. You know, again, it can also cause a bit of a delay in taking that first stroke if you're nervous to set off the false start. We might see people who are just that little bit tentative. Now, not quite as important in the 2000, right, as we saw in the 500 last weekend. 1 stroke is a huge proportion of a 500-meter race. Here in the 2000-meter race, though, they've got that little bit more time to build into it, and to sort of recoup their race and recover.
Yeah, so we're just getting the signals here now again on screen. All rowers have to stop rowing so that their flight wheels come to a stop, and then they'll be gearing up to go again.
So there is the stop rowing signal. That's where we know that the starting sequence will be commencing any time soon, followed by those words, attention and row. And only after that is when we'll expect the race to begin without a false start. So here we go, attention. And another false start here, this time around a different athlete. So no disqualification here, but this second false start, you can see the frustration. And Neve, I think it's so tricky when you've not got your competition sat there in the room right next to you to judge just about when to go, because all you're relying on is those instructions on the screen. And I think maybe I would be doubting myself and maybe getting a little bit anxious that someone somewhere all over the world was able to jump the start a little bit ahead of me.
Yeah, you could see the frustration there on a few of the cameras. We saw Afonso Duarte Costa of Portugal there, just not sure. He looked a little bit frustrated there. And it's cool to see he's set up in the same position that we saw the Portuguese athlete in the lightweight women's semi-final just a little while ago there, Bruno Parent. So really cool that they're using that lucky erg maybe. It was cool to see. We saw Finland last weekend. They were all set up in the same area with those disco lights. I wonder will we see that now again later, those lucky disco lights. But rowers here now again getting that command on their monitor to stop rowing, and hopefully it'll be 3rd time lucky here now for the lightweight men's.
Do you know what? I actually just really liked seeing there, Neve, that we had a sort of dual angle of the two Polish athletes. We've got one camera behind for Mikolaj Kot and one camera in front for Bartolomew Gapanski. We can see them from both the front and behind their ergos. So great that they've been sort of very creative with their setup of being able to see how they are racing this semi-final. But for the third and hopefully final time, we're going to get underway with this starting sequence here in this semi-final. And I think sometimes it goes beyond the point of adrenaline, Neve, and as you said, as we saw, a little bit of frustration perhaps, that these guys just want to get going and they just want to get underway and get dispel those nerves.
Yes, absolutely. We're off here now in the lightweight men's 2000-meter semi-final. Nice clean start this time, and as you mentioned, that adrenaline pumping now at this stage as they do their third start here in a row. Nice start here by everyone across the board, always taking those first few fast short strokes to get the ergs moving, and we can see though the places there on the leaderboard changing very much. We can see Luca Britton there of Germany. He was second out of the World Open heats. He's up the top of the leaderboard there alongside Damian Alonso of Spain. Then down in those kind of 19th, 20th positions at the moment, Bernardo Cruz of Portugal. We have Hamed Saeed Al Martroushi of UAE. So things very much changing here. 300 meters in. Everyone is going to be going off hard at this point in the race to try and get into the top 20. And now we're going to see some rowers starting to settle.
Yeah, and I wonder whereabouts we'll start to see this settling point, Neve, because one of the things I noticed from our lightweight women's semi-final earlier is that our times were about 10 to 15 seconds slower than the continental heats were yesterday. So the winning time was actually over 10 seconds slower than what we saw from the performances through through yesterday's racing in the continental heats. I wonder if the lightweight men have kind of gauged that and thought that similarly that they can again sort of hold back some energy ready for the final, but they'll be able to sort of review that, pitch that, see where they need to land in terms of split timings throughout this race. And as we've gone through the first 500 meters, this middle 1000 meter section is exactly where they'll have the opportunity to play around with their rhythm, play around with the pressure. And you can see there the top 20 just changing all the time. Between sort of 11th and 20th, we've got new names coming up and down the leaderboard with every single stroke. I think just taking a look at the tracker, it's probably around that sort of 140 split that maybe we are expecting. 141 perhaps as a top 20 time, but it's all so close at this point in time. I think pretty much everyone in the top 20 is between a split of 138 and 141. So just 3 seconds separating this entire field of qualifiers, Neve.
Yeah, and it's a really interesting. I'm looking down here on my screen, and I can see first place from yesterday, Afonso Duarte Costa of Portugal, who we saw on our screen a little while ago. He was down in kind of that 18th, 19th position there. I'm looking at him on our screen here now. He seems to, yeah, he's 17th at the moment, 20 meters behind. So it's interesting to see, you know, is he really playing it safe at the moment? Maybe he didn't have a great recovery overnight. Maybe he had to fight hard for the weigh-in that they had to do again today. So you'd wonder, or is he just, conserving as much energy as possible and will just have enough in the tank for that last kind of 250 meters? A lot of people take that approach as well. It's interesting to see the different strategies in the 2000 meters. Some people go off, somewhat conservative and start to build and build and build and have enough left in the tank at the end, and maybe that's what he's doing. Other people go off hard and just try and hold on through that pain for the 7 or 8 minutes, which isn't ideal. I've been there myself. That pain comes in fast if you go too hard at the start. But yeah, looks like he is taking maybe that sort of approach. I can see they're currently looking safe. Kenneth MacDonald of Ireland, of course, setting a world record last weekend in the 500 meters. He's in the 50 to 54 category, but here now amongst the youngsters, and he's currently in looks like 18th position at the moment.
Yes, and great. It would be great if we saw some more world records being set. Maybe we won't see them in the semi-finals, but perhaps to look forward to later on. We saw a couple yesterday in some of the other age groups who maybe aren't competing in today's semi-finals and finals. But just taking a look at these split times, Neve, we talked about our fastest qualifier, Duarte Costa, the Portuguese on-water rower, and there he is on screen. Afonso Duarte Costa rose often with his brother through the international circuit, and also was at the World Rowing Beach Sprint finals last year as well, sort of diversifying into other disciplines of rowing. But his target time for the final, it seems, was a 6:06, which, putting that into split times, we'd expect that to be around 1:31 average. Looking at our current leader at the moment, we're all the way down in the sort of 1:39s, 1:40s. So a 10-second shift here from some of those target times that we're anticipating in the final. And I think that is everyone trying to strike that balance between top 20 versus energy conservation for a final winning performance.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, he had gone down to about 17th position. He's now back up to third. So I think he was taking that strategy whereby he really kind of calmed down in that middle part and left enough now. He's up in third position now with about 250 meters to go. So I do think that we'll see a much quicker time out of him later on in the grand final, as long as he stays in the top 20 here now. But I do think, some of these rowers really know what they're doing and are just playing it safe here now, and we are going to see them getting close or maybe faster than those target times later on. But in those all-important positions at the moment, it is between Edgar Ilas and Baron Melnick, their 19th and 20th position. Not sure. Manuel Pita there of Portugal putting on a bit of a push here now. He's currently in 22nd. We see him always at the Coastal and Beach Sprint Championships. He's just out of the top 20 here now, but definitely putting on a bit of a push. He's moved up into 21st place now. Can he overtake Bohdan Melnik of Ukraine? We have about 50 meters left to go. And actually, it's Brendan Metzler of USA now after pushing himself into that 20th spot.
Yeah, he let yet another late surger, Neve, like we saw in the lightweight women's semi-final. It is not over until it's over, and brilliant from Brendan Metzner of the USA, but just not quite enough, it seems, for him. 0.4 of a second separating him from 21st to 20th, who was our final qualifier. And you can see there on the screen that sort of battle for those places, those top 20 places. Bohdan Melnik will be breathing a sigh of relief, the Ukrainian, who managed to snatch that final spot through in a time of 6:37.8. But Mike, once again, really keeping us on our toes. There was about 10 athletes there that I thought could all make it through to the final.
Fractions of a second. I think that's going to be a recurring theme throughout these semifinal races and probably for the podium spots for the final races, as well as we take one last look at the unofficial times for the lightweight men's semifinal. Back to racing action in just a minute or two, but first, a message from Concept2.
Indoor rowing is more than just numbers. It's making friends while working out. It's having fun and getting strong, stroke by stroke. The EXA app has it all. Share your passion with a worldwide community. Explore mesmerizing locations. And push your limits with training plans. Indoor rowing has never been easier. The world is your workout. Start rowing it.
Well, joining me right now is a man who is very excited watching that last ad break of the fusion of indoor rowing and technology. It is Philip Lubczyk, the chair of the Indoor Rowing Commission. Philip, we had a chance to speak last weekend and actually previously as well in Prague for the 2024 World Rowing Indoor Championships. If you can just give us an idea of just how much work goes into putting together a global competition like this with athletes competing virtually from all over the world.
Hi, Mike. Hi, everyone. It's a huge endeavor by everyone at World Rowing, from the staff, from the Indoor Commission, which is a volunteer group, to bring it all together today. It started about 10 months ago when we were considering do we go virtual or how do we bring this championships together? And there are multiple elements that people do, from comms, from technology, from qualification, and then all the athletes coming together in November to start qualifying. So it's been a long endeavor to get to where we are today, which is fantastic.
If we could maybe treat you as the Wizard of Oz for a moment and take a peek behind the curtain. So we just saw the semifinal races. So obviously these athletes in the lightweight competitions have to weigh in for the 2 days of competition. They weighed in yesterday before the competition. They weighed in this morning. They will not for the athletes who qualified for the grand final. How do you measure and ensure that these athletes' weights are being recorded correctly and they are meeting that minimum standard?
So we ask lightweights to record a video. So what they have to do is go through a certain number of steps. First is take a labeled weight and put it on their scales and video the weight that is shown. So 10 kilos should say 10 kilos. And then they should get into their race suit and video themselves on those scales. But before that, they also have to video the official time, which is on the racing portal. And that is the way we validate that they have taken the video at the specific time before their race.
And in terms of the actual racing action, because I know athletes are able to have an idea of where they are in the race, but especially for a semifinal when it's the top 50 down to the top 20, just how many rowers are they able to see on their monitor ahead of them or behind them? I'm specifically thinking those athletes from 17 to 23 as they're jockeying for position to make it into that top 20.
I think if my mind serves me right, it's about 5 athletes that you would see on the bottom of the screen. You would see your place and then a few above and a few below. So you see quite a little, but when we were watching the live stream there, you can see lots of athletes have the stream on, and then also they have a laptop which has all the data that is going through. So lots of them are seeing actually the full picture.
And last question for you, Philip, before we get back to the racing action. People watching at home thinking maybe on the fence of whether or not they should have competed in the World Rowing Indoor Championships. There is an opportunity to compete coming up in March, the virtual sprints. What is that event all about?
So that is 1,000 meters in the middle of March over 4 days, where you just log a time on Concept2's logbook and you'll be ranked by age category and by your gender as well.
Awesome. Philip, thank you very much for your time. Great to speak with you as always, and hopefully our paths cross again soon.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Philip Lubczyk, the chair of the Indoor Commission. As we bring in Camilla and Neve, we're going to pivot from the lightweight competition to the open competition, women's semifinal coming up next. Again, 50 down to 20. Camilla, who do you have your eyes on for that 17 to 23 category?
Oh, I think there's so many athletes in this particular division that have got such a pedigree. So I think our top names are going to be reasonably solid. But perhaps actually, Morgan McGrath was one of the athletes who we've seen in the last couple of years who's competed in the Versa Challenge, who was down and around that sort of 20th position in the danger zone, as it were, aiming for a 7:10, which, would be a quick time. But through the continental qualifiers, didn't quite manage to put in that same kind of performance, perhaps saving a little bit of energy. But yeah, perhaps that's somebody that we need to be keeping eyes on to see whether or not McGrath, who came in 31st, can even make the finals.
Well, another Versa competitor, the champion of the 2023 and 2024 competitions, Elizabeth Gilmore, also competing. We had a chance to catch up with her earlier.
My speed coach says that there's the race, but there's also the recovery race. And then after, we do the same thing on the water. You have your heats and you have your finals. And after the heat, the focus is just recovery. There's also just the question of pacing. I really want to spend a little bit of time looking at the different qualifying times, but the goal with that first race is not to get a PB on the first race. The goal is to qualify for the second race and so forth. And so I do think that we're going to see, once we get to race number 3, I don't think people are going to be able to put in quite as fast of times as they might if they just went directly into that final. But that's just sometimes part of what competition is. I think the fundamentals of good training are usually pretty similar. Most high-level competitors are going to be doing a lot of steady state and then some specific high-intensity training targeting whatever distance they're training for. I need to figure that out. World Rowing is saying somebody should be present, and because we're in town, I think my husband's taking care of like taking kids to hockey and stuff like that. So I might end up alone, but I'll be fine. I think the biggest thing for maybe anybody who's watching the racing and is not competing is it can be just so fun to sign up for something and then train for that something, even if you don't think you're going to be good at it. And I've dabbled in different sports. I've signed up for like powerlifting with very little powerlifting experience. I think a lot of people have just signed up for like a 5K road race. And sometimes just putting yourself out there and trying something new and having training where you're training towards that something can be intensely rewarding. So I would just encourage people to sign up for things like this.
Genevieve, if you just put your coaching hat on for a moment, we heard Elizabeth kind of get her strategy for handling 3 races over 2 days. Were you on board with that? Would you like to see something changed, or does that make sense to you?
That makes a lot of sense to me, to be honest. She has a lot of experience doing lots of different racing, but I think it first of all, the important thing is to train for this type of event where you have multiple races over a weekend. So it would have been key for athletes if they wanted to perform really well to actually practice that, having a 2K race on one day and having 2 the next day. And as she said, not aiming for a PB that first day, and probably in the second race either, or the semi-final. The PBs during the final, if you get there, are going to be harder than what they would be if you were completely fresh going into it. But I think she's spot on when she said about the recovery. It is all about the recovery in between the races and like overnight, what they did this morning, and getting that sleep last night as well.
Well, we just saw the global reach. There's all the athletes in position. Camilla, Neve, take it away. Semi-final women's competition.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, the semi-final of the women's competition. I don't know if it's anything like what we saw this morning with the 2 light. What I say this morning? Gosh, there's me. I'm international. It's actually almost 4 p.m. here in the UK, and I'm getting myself in the international mindset of Elizabeth Gilmore, who's joining us from the States. It will be the morning for her, who we've just seen, but also it will be very much middle of the night for our competitors coming to us from Asia and from Australia. So the final few bits of preparation here. You can see all of our screens dialing in from across the world in all of those different time zones, and the handles will be starting to slow and be put down here. Lena Rumper, we've seen her contesting across many a different event here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships previously. Louise Lefebvre, the French athlete who qualified with a second fastest time, and there is Elizabeth Gilmore, who did confirm on her social media just a few moments ago that she's doing this alone for the semi-finals. So best of luck to her, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a great performance from all of these athletes, no matter where they're joining us from. Annie Kaisanen there from Finland. And actually one of the things that I saw Gilmore saying earlier was that World Rowing had encouraged each of these athletes to decorate their space to show us where in the world they were coming from. And I think no doubts here as to what's going on and where Camp Finland are joining us from. And brilliant to see, all of those different spaces and plenty of support there for Gardanada in this women's race, who's being joined, it seems, by plenty of other athletes from different divisions. But Neve, I think we've talked a little bit about the countries that are joining us. The USA topped out the sort of participation figures. 170 athletes represented that were entered into the World Rowing Indoor Championships from the States, and I think really clear in this women's race that they've got plenty of interest here.
They certainly do, as all rowers are gearing up to the start here now. But we do see like there's 3 returning members from the Versa Challenge last year. Elizabeth Gilmore, as we heard from, Ella Fox, Morgan McGrath, who you mentioned earlier. So really top names here. So all rowers now sitting ready for the start of this race. And we're off. Looks like it's a clean start here for the women's 2,000 metre semi-final. Up the top of our screen there, we are seeing Elizabeth Gilmore. Now, she did confirm she had a bit of a stomach bug in the lead up to yesterday's continental knockout heat. So she did clock a slower time than what she maybe was hoping for. So let's see what her recovery was like in the meantime. Hopefully she's feeling a bit better, but it looks like she's taking it nice, a nice pace here now, 28 strokes per minute, not going off too hard here at the start. Currently there she is just down the leaderboard a little bit, but I know she has said in the past that she likes to go off that little bit slower to have enough in the tank to give it a kick at the end. But up the top there, we are seeing Louise Lefebvre of France there leading it out. She was second yesterday in those knockout heats. Down in 5th position then, great to see Irish rower Clara Hogan, very strong rower. She's up in 4th there now. I know she has a target of 7:05 in her mind for the grand final if she makes it there later on. But down in those 19th, 20th positions, we have Sarah Mbaby of Egypt. She's currently in 20th position. Rachel Fisher of Great Britain in that all, or the place you don't want to be, 21st at the moment, Camilla.
Yeah, interesting. Just picking up what you were saying a little bit about stroke rate there, Neve. I've just been keeping an eye on the stroke rate variance that we've got here across the board as athletes settle down onto their racing rhythm. Often athletes will go off at a higher stroke rating into the sort of mid to high 30s, and then they'll settle down onto a rating, that stroke rates per minute that they're taking, that's the sort of mid to low 30s and occasionally the high 20s. And I think it's one of the few variables that athletes have control over, not only their power but the amount of strokes they're taking per minute. And you can see here at the top of this leaderboard, rating at 26 strokes per minute, which is pretty low, is Louise Lefebvre, the French athlete. As we take another quick look now to this the sort of red line, as it were, the 20th place, where we'll draw that line for the final, and it's joint 19th place as I'm just speaking there, between Ungaro of France, and then just taking a quick look across, Simenovica of Latvia there in the middle of your screen. These two battling it out between 21st and 20th. We've also got a few joint positionings going on in the midfield. In 15th, Rachel Fisher, back from last weekend's 500 metres, where we had a great interview with her. She was so pleased with her performance in the sprint division of this World Rowing Indoor Championships just 7 days ago, but back again here for the more endurance-led event. So let's see if Fisher can step on from that 500 metres and qualify for yet another final here. But it's looking good for her. The places above her still staying relatively set. A new leader, Evija Freimain of Latvia, out at the front, 28 strokes a minute, but Lefebvre's taken it right down, Neve. Very unusual, 24 strokes a minute. She's really taking her time here, along with Gilmore, who we've talked about quite a lot, but probably one of the pinned on favourites for a medal here, taking it nice and steady.
Yes, I think Louise there in France might be hoping for a little PB later on if she makes it to the grand final. She got a 7:02.3 yesterday, and you know, with a time like that, when yesterday we did see the times were generally were a little bit slower than what the World Open heats were. Maybe she's aiming to get under that 7-minute mark, and if she wants to do that, then she's going to have to just pace this race a little bit. So she's moving down to 4th position there, but she's very safe here. We can see like the top 5 rowers here now. We're starting to pull away a little bit. Evija there, Freeman of Latvia, first yesterday, just like so young in the 17 to 18 age category, and here she is leading out the women's open and just powering it away here. She's down at that 26-27 strokes per minute with a split of 1:48. We're seeing Rachel Fisher there on screen, lots of people around, and it's great to see two rowers competing at the same time here, going at different rates. I'm not sure if that will throw them off or not. Would you prefer to be in unison with the person next to you? And you can see one of them looking over the shoulder or looking over at the other monitor there in the room. But it is looking like Rachel McIlworth of Great Britain is currently in that 19th position. Majette Nielsen of Denmark 21st. And at the moment it is Czechoslovakia in that 20th position. Clara Hogan, who I mentioned, was up in 5th just after moving down into 22nd now. So just out of those qualifying spots.
Yeah, it just goes to show you, Neve, I think that this mid-race pace is exactly where athletes are starting to try and fine-tune here. And Clara Hogan, as you say, the difference between 5th and 25th seems to be quite minute. And taking a look at the split times we've got here in the top 20, well, to me, I think you need to be pulling under a 150, which is a 7:20 in terms of final time to have a chance of getting into tonight's grand final. But as we look now to those people that are tussling with that red line, it's Cherkasova of in the middle there that is just about clinging on ahead of Maisa Nielsen, whose stroke rating has just been through the roof to try and pull herself into the qualifying spaces. The Dane been up at 36 strokes a minute, a very high rating. The same as the Latvian Lena Rumpa, who is climbing the leaderboard as we speak. But Nielsen continues 36 strokes a minute. She's at 150, which was that marker that we said is probably around about where we'll see the cut-off time being laid down. But into the final 250 metres, what a performance here from Freimane. This could be a super efficient performance. 26 strokes a minute, she's at 149, but look at that distance that she's managed to create here, Neve, between her and the rest of the field.
Yeah, very good race strategy here from Evea of Latvia here, just pulling it out like 26 strokes per minute. It'll be interesting to see what sort of strategy she takes later on. Will that middle race pace go up a little bit? She is taking it up to about 27, 28 here for the last 100 meters, but usually in these sprints we're seeing rowers up well into the 30s here, but very much, she knows she's safe here now. Elizabeth Gilmore then, and we never mentioned her, Lena Belanger, they're sitting together here. They're safe at the moment in the top 20. Clara Hogan, after putting on a big push, she's pushed herself back into 20th position. Last few strokes here, let's see if she can hold on. But it looks like there was a few ties there. It's 16th position, looking like three rowers, Clara Hogan, Elizabeth Martin and Rachel Fisher, joined 16th position. Then we have Tatiana Cherskova in 19th, and it looks like it's Elaine Rump of Latvia then taking that 20th position, just pushing out Dam and Nielsen.
Yeah, amazing stuff from all of the women. Again, these races are so tight, so hotly contested, as we see with our top time of 7:05 as we go through our list of our top 20, and just the margins are so thin. So Camilla, kind of like, where can these athletes try and make a move? The ones just outside of that top 20 position. I mean, they have to get sub 7:09. What are some of the tweaks they can make to shave just a few seconds off to go from that top 50 to the top 20?
Yeah, it's a great question, Mike, because I think everyone here was looking for consistency, right? They were looking to settle onto a pace, to be able to respond to moves. I think that consistency is maybe something that they'll need to put to one side in the final, and they'll need to map out a strategy that gets the best performance for them. Now, for some people, that's going to be going out hard in the first 500 meters and trying to hang on. For others, that's going to be sort of starting steady and building. And for others, it's going to be really just averaging out, one split lower than they have through the semi-final across all 4 500s, and that will achieve, a few seconds by the finish line. So there's a few different ways that you can play it here. It will depend on the athlete. It will depend on where they know their strengths lie, whether that be on the sprints at either end, the endurance to the middle. But I think what we've seen here is most people going for a nice, consistent flat line to be able to look ahead, to look behind. But we'll see a lot more sort of built through each of those 4 500s as we go into the final.
Now we're going to pivot now to the semifinal of the men's competition. So Neve, again, the semifinal of the women, semifinal of the men, pretty much back to back. So do you think the male competitors watched what happened in that women's race, and would that have any impact whatsoever on their strategy, or are they kind of just siloed, have the blinders on, and just focused on their own race?
I would say that definitely for the experienced rowers, they would just have the blinders or blinkers on and just completely focused on their strategy. It's really important that, they've trained for this, they've put in the preparation, they have their race strategy, and it's about actually following that through and not being thrown off, I would say, by kind of the external noise that can happen if you pay too much attention. So it's just about trusting their ability now and trusting their preparation and just executing it now in the next few minutes.
Well, if we can just quickly take a look at the start list for the semifinal of the men's competition, just quickly, Camilla, just again, maybe a name or two on that bubble of the top 20 that you're keeping your eye on for this race coming up.
Yeah, look, I think one of the real disappointments is that we're missing our fastest qualifier from the continental heats. It was great to see Marcus Logan, the American, set a new American best time yesterday through the continental qualifiers, but due to an injury, we won't be seeing feature here on the leaderboard. I know you asked me who I was looking forward to seeing, so just shifting that attention away from that, and we'll talk about him in just a few moments' time, I'm sure. I think we'll see great things from Ward Lemelin. We mentioned him earlier. Jakob Pedrazel with a 5:40 coming through the Continental Open heats. I mean, we've only ever seen 2 people ever go underneath that time at the World Rowing Indoor Championships in history. Ward Lemelin being one of them, the other being Olympic gold medalist Ollie Zeidler 2 years ago. So let's see what Pedrazel can do. Let's see if he can push himself up there into the Hall of Fame. I doubt that will happen in the semi-final, but interested to see what strategy he takes here in the semi-final on the way to making that happen.
Well, we're seeing world-class racing, and here's a world-class segue. You mentioned Pedrazel. We had a chance to catch up with him before this race, so here's how he's feeling.
I think it will be good because it's something different, and not a lot of people race 2K so many times during the weekend on the ERC. I did the race yesterday, some rest and some good meal, and that's all. Rowing is just one sport, so you have a sweep rowing, you have a normal rowing, you have a erg rowing. It's just rowing, and it's very painful. One thing is special that you race the big final in the evening. Today the final, if I break to qualify, it's about 8 p.m. And normally at 8 p.m. I'm used to being at my home and have some dinner and enjoying some time and resting for the next training. So I think this is the special thing about it. You race at the different times they are used to. Yesterday there were the whole group, my training group was there because I'm racing with my training partner, the Jan Čížek, he also racing today. And the full group was there with us, so I hope they are going to be here also today with us. So we have something there will be about 20 people, just home atmosphere like on the training. I'm going to save some energy for the night, and the main goal is to qualify for the final. It will be tough because just 20 people go through, so I hope some good time, about 6 minutes will be enough to qualify, so we will see. I'm looking for it. I really like it because it shows how prepared you are, and it's a very good training thing to get better and to be better on the water.
All right, that's enough discussion for this race. Let's get to the action. Semi-final of the men. Looking for the top 20. Neve, take us away.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, very exciting race coming up here now. So 20th fastest time yesterday in the continental knockout heats was 6:12. So again, these rowers, if they want to make that top 20, they're going to have to go off as if it's their final race and then see what the middle part brings them. Here are the locations around the world, a lot here in Europe, a few in the US and in Australia. It's great to see what parts of the world the participants are in, but a lot of big names here, Camilla, that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, it was great to hear from Jakub Podrazil, the athlete from Czechia, so joining us as one of that large contingent of European competitors here in the men's race. He actually beat his target time through the heats. He was aiming for a 5:42, and he actually went one better and got 5:40. So there he is on screen, and at 33 years of age is looking to top the charts once again through this semi-final. Joined by more competition from Czechia, and as we sort of whiz round all of these different locations, there is Wout Lemelin, the Belgian, who we will expect later on to be joined by a huge crowd in Belgium if he qualifies. And I say if, it's probably more a factor of when, not that I want to jinx him, but given that he is, as I say, a bit of a legend of the sport, we should keep eyes on his performance here in this semi-final. Final few boats now being asked to stop rowing, put the handles down and relax, and we'll see probably some of our fastest times of the broadcast today, Neve, in just a few moments' time. It's just as to whether they will be sort of holding back, like we've seen in the previous 3 semi-finals, by around that sort of 10 to 15 second gap that we're expecting.
Yes, now rowers getting ready to go, and false start for the men's. Only a few of them seem to have pulled a stroke or two. Everyone else was sitting ready. Wout Lemelin there was just sitting. He didn't even pull a stroke. Chris Power there, we're seeing, of Great Britain. I think the support behind him is more nervous than he is right now. So it's just about regaining control now of the breath and the heart rate. Really important here that you don't let that adrenaline kick to kind of take over here now. So we can see some rowers, Marcelo Simosa of Portugal, back in the same gym or rowing club there in Portugal that we've seen across the other categories. So we can see him staying nice and loose and warm. Others are taking the approach of just completely stopping and getting ready. But we're now seeing Loda Lemelin there on our screen as well. So the brothers racing next to each other. Camilla, if that was you, would you prefer to have someone racing next to you, or would you prefer to be by yourself?
Oh, I was always one that I liked being by myself, just so I could focus on my own thing. But these guys, they've been training, racing together, not only on the indoor rowing machine, but across various sort of fitness competitions as well. I know that they are very used to training and pushing one another. So I actually think that given, you should race as you train, there's that whole kind of concept of preparing as you would for a race day through the other sort of 364 days of the year. I think this will put them in good stead and give them good comfort to be able to put in a good performance here. But I don't think we'll see the best performance from some of these athletes, like we say, who are expecting to be in the top 10, top 15. But I think it will be the performance of their lives required if you're on those fringes, anywhere between sort of athletes 16 through 30, I would argue, even like we've seen in the previous rounds, people that have jumped through, sort of 10, 15 spots in the final 200 meters with a great sprint. That's where we should be keeping our eyes, Neve, I think, as we come into that final 600, 500 meters, are those athletes that are going to come and sprint through the final line. But great there from Podrazil, good laughs, keeping relaxed, keeping all smiles, and I think that's a great way to approach it, with that level of relaxation and enthusiasm. But just heard, Podrazil, we'll come back to him into the final. But one of the things about yesterday's time, we talked about how great 5:40 is as a benchmark and as a measure. Actually, he managed to beat the previous Czech record for 2K yesterday, set by the great Ondřej Synek, an absolute hero in men's single sculling over the last few decades. And so I'm sure that will have given him a lot of encouragement and confidence, Neve, taking on this World Rowing Indoor Championships.
Absolutely. Setting a record in a knockout heat is definitely something that, is going to give you a lot of confidence going into a semi-final, to beat such a legend of the sport as well. And it's great to see, we saw in the interview with him there, and he was talking about how he's racing alongside a training partner, Jan Sizik, and we're seeing, we see the two of them on their screens from the different camera angles. So they're really, pushing each other on in Czechia there, which is amazing to see. So just slight delay here before the start of this race. They'll be getting going very soon, so you can see all the rowers there just trying to stay warm. Anton Grazel there on our screens. Blake Van Heiningen there of Canada just playing around with his camera, making sure the angle is all set up. But yeah, this delay can really throw some people off. Like, you can see some people just have their heads down and are just eager to get started. And we were talking about like the different kind of places that you want to be in your physiology and in your nervous system at this point of the race, and those that are kind of having fun and able to keep moving, it's really important, rather than going into more of a kind of collapse or shutdown state, which can happen when there is this bit of a lag in racing. But all rowers now getting that command on their screens now to stop rowing, and we'll be gearing up. Hopefully it'll be a nice clean start this time.
Yeah, fingers crossed for that nice clean start. Everyone just too keen to get underway. Lots of nerves, lots of adrenaline, which can cause that jump start. But everyone's been instructed to stop rowing. And these quiet few moments as the handles get picked up, ready for attempt 2 here in the start of the men's semi-final. Well, it looks nice and smooth to me, Neve. I think we are now underway here with the semi-final of the men's 2K race. Big strokes and big power being laid down in the first sort of 20 strokes. I think certainly an approach that most people will take is wind it up, get pressed out there, do sort of 10, 15 max power strokes, assess where you are, and then start to lay down that more sort of consistent and maintainable stroke rate and rhythm for the rest of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Really key that you don't just go off kind of slow. You do need to get going as fast as you can. Like, for instance, yesterday we saw the 20th time being 6:12, whereas in the World Open heats, the 20th time was 6:06.8. So we know that these athletes are a lot faster than what we saw yesterday. So really, if you want to make it into that top 20, you're not going to be able to ease off, particularly in those first few strokes. So at the moment, down in that 19th position, we have James Hudson of Great Britain. 20th, then we have Anders Jakobsen of Norway and Chris Power of Great Britain 21st. But with every stroke at this early stage now, things changing. We're seeing Ward Lemelin and Benjamin Stevens on our screen. Benjamin there having a lot of support around him, as is Chris Power. Up the top, the leader, of course, Jakub Podrazel of Czechia, followed in by Jan Sizik of Czechia. No real surprise here. Most of these rowers now, Camilla, up in the 30s. Very different approach to what we saw in the women a little while ago.
Yeah, no one quite brave enough to take it down into the late 20s, mid 20s, which we saw in the women's race by this point in the second 500 meters. Everyone just wanting to keep it that little bit livelier. It does make it feel a little bit lighter the higher your stroke rating is through the chain, through that push through the leg drive. And maybe that's it. They feel that their efficiency is by making the load a little bit lighter, as opposed to the stroke rating that little bit lower and getting more time on the recovery, which is that time that they move back up towards the front of the slide, ready to take the next stroke. Just taking a look at the sort of different split times we've got here going on. I mean, we know that for a 540 you have to be capable of averaging a 125 split. We're almost 10 seconds above that with our race leader. So I think we're looking at around about a time here of maybe 6:04 for our fastest finishers, maybe that little bit on the other side of 6 minutes with a 1:31 split. But here is where the real race is for that 20th position, as it has been all day so far today, and our contenders there just on screen. But all these different athletes taking that approach here, 32 strokes a minute seeming to be around about the favoured rate across the board. And Jakob Podrazel there, our fastest qualifier, currently sat nice and neatly in the leading spot alongside, surprise, surprise, Wood Lemelin.
Yeah, no real surprise there, but I don't think we're seeing the best out of them right now. They're doing enough to stay at the top of the leaderboard. Loda Lemelin then just after moving in front of his brother Wars there into second position. We haven't mentioned Jolna Karinen there of Finland. Of course, we saw him last weekend. They won the relay, the 5,000 meter relay. He pulled out of the 500 meters. Here he is in the 2,000 meter, currently sitting in fourth position, Versa champion the last couple of years. You know, he's such a versatile rower, from flat water to coastals to beach sprints. He's medaled in the beach sprints, you know, and obviously a very accomplished indoor rower. So he's currently up in third position. But we did see, like, particularly in his approach in the relay last week, which I know is very different, but they, you know, in the semis they were very conservative and then really pushed it in the grand final. So I'm wondering if he's going to do the same thing, if we're probably not seeing the best out of him as well yet today. But things very much changing. Loda Lemelin now in the lead here, just after overtaking Jakob Podrazel. Then we have down in that 20th position at the moment, it is Jonas Westberg of Sweden. He's in 20th. Right up alongside him, Omar Essam Abdelaziz of Egypt, and then James Hudson of Great Britain. Right up alongside them, there's actually 4 or 5 rowers right, you know, just 1 meter separating them at the moment for that 20th position.
Yeah, a bit of a game of cat and mouse, a bit of chicken going on in the top 10, as these athletes don't really want to be expending as much energy as they have to. Loda Lemelin took the lead there for a little bit of time, didn't want it, has given it up now to Raoul Overath of Germany. It's almost as if they want to push people further up the leaderboard here. Finn Logan now taking a step forward for the USA. You know, our top players are just moving further and further down. It's like a hot potato. They don't want it. They don't want to be in that top 5 because it means that they've spent too much in this semi-final. But going back to your point, Neve, that race for 20th, I think we're going to see it land around about a 6:20, maybe just underneath, as we enter the final 200 meters now. As we pass through 5 minutes and 30 gone, I think in our final we'll be approaching the line here at this point in time, if we're expecting, you know, 5:39, 5:40 to be our winning time. But you can see here we've still got over 100 meters left to row. It is going to be a winning time of over 6 minutes, I think. But where will be that 20th cutoff time? I still predict, I think, around about the 6:15, 6:20 is where we're looking here, around where James Hudson is sitting for Great Britain. But it's all so close, as you can see, between all of those boats around him. Who's going to get to that line first? Finn Logan will take the win here for the USA with a time of 6:05. And as we rattle down through, lots of times between 6:05 and 6:10. Gosh, it was a 6:10 indeed that was our 20th qualifying spot, a little bit faster. Good sprinting in the final 500 meters, it seems. Those averages pulled right down. But what a race there between those athletes on screen for that 20th place, and heartbreak by just 0.1 of a second. James Hudson misses out there to Jonas Westberg of Sweden.
Yeah, really great finish there. Like, it's so close. There was actually 4 rowers finished in 11th position there. You know, joint 15, joint 17, 19, 20. Very little separating them. We did mention, like, 6:12 was the 20th position yesterday, and now it's down to 6:10. So definitely going to see faster times again in the grand final.
Well, as someone who doesn't have the capacity as these world-class rowers, cruising to a 6:05 or a 6:10 doesn't exactly fill me with confidence for my own rowing ability. But tremendous performances by our top 20 men. Of course, we'll see them a little bit later on for the grand final. First, we just have a quick ad break. We'll be back in 90 seconds.
This is not an ad. It's a warning. I know a place place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. That will enter through those cracks and will stay and live in you. Run. Run. No, better stay in Manhattan. Get an apartment in Berlin. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Don't listen to the poets who have been here. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. Ay, ay! But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Okay, joining me right now is indoor rowing coach, athlete, ambassador, Shane Farmer. Shane, thank you very much for joining us. Some big shoes we have to fill after that ad. Lots of cool stuff going on there. How are you, my friend?
Great, Mike. How are you?
I'm doing very well. So we had a chance to speak last week for the 500-meter competition, 2,000-meter this year, and you've brought a lot of people into indoor rowing from the fitness racing community at large. That's where I came from as well. And there, your focus is on your 500-meter time, where, of course, I know in rowing, 2K is the gold standard. Are you seeing the 2K becoming more popular in the indoor rowing community at large?
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are gaining a lot more confidence to be able to move beyond that 500 meters. When you're looking at just the indoor world, maybe somebody comes up through a CrossFit gym, or maybe they have a machine at home. It's tough to know what the right distance to approach is. And often we can go with either something short like a 500 meter or just short intervals. But when you start to get into it and you start to invest into it, you realize, oh, great, the 2,000 meter being the gold standard is something I'm willing to approach. The longer somebody hangs around, the more inclined they are to start moving into that distance.
Now, I asked for your recovery options for last week. And again, really, it would boil down to make sure you kind of stay on your feet, stay hydrated, get a little bit of food. I assume the recovery needed for 3 2,000-meter races at high capacity is a little bit different and is of more utmost importance. So what should these athletes that we just saw competing focus on as they prepare for the grand final?
You know, it was interesting. If you listened to Pedrazzle earlier, when during his interview, he was talking about how he was going to be managing all of the 2Ks that he had today. And he was saying that he almost likes the indoor space because to be able to put this much volume of racing into a single day can be somewhat challenging. And it sounded to me, and if we watched his race, he almost seemed unbothered by that 2K. He barely broke above a 30 on his stroke rate while you were watching others move into the 35s, 36s plus as they finished. He never budged from a 29:30. So when somebody is approaching this many pieces and they have themselves as dialed in as they are, Camille, I think you were saying earlier about how, or perhaps Neve, you were saying that the more comfortable you are, the more locked into your own plan you are. And so when you come into a race like this, you know what your plan is, you know how much time you have, you know that coming off of that, you need to get off your feet, you need to hydrate, you need to feed. And once you get those three things out of the way, all you can do is hope that your body has the ability to replenish itself for the next race.
All right, Shane, thank you very much. Last question for you. Prognostication hat, put that on. How many athletes will be breaking 540 in the grand final for the men coming up later?
Based off of what I watched in that last race and seeing how a lot of athletes were clearly holding themselves back, running next to each other. You watch the Lemon Line brothers, you could tell that they were really guiding each other into the end of that piece. Neither of them was really going for it. I think we're going to see quite a few athletes start to tap down into that sub 550 range. I think there's a lot more speed to come when you get into the finals here. It's going to be really interesting to see. I guess maybe we have at least 6 under the 550 number, and who gets close to 540 or under, maybe 3. We'll see.
Could be the brothers Lemelin. Shane, thank you very much for your time today. We'll talk again soon.
Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you. Now, before we get to the grand finals of the individual competition, we're going to pivot slightly. Of course, we have the team relays. Endurance relays were last weekend. Now it's all about the sprints. What does that mean? Take a look.
The relays are a single distance row completed by a team of 4 men, 4 women, or a mixed team of 2 men and 2 women. Using one machine per team, athletes will row one at a time, switching however and whenever they wish. But each teammate must row at least once, any distance. For the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept2, teams will be competing in the sprint relays over a distance of 2,000 meters, and endurance relays over a distance of 5,000 meters. Teams participating in the team relays will only be successful if they can handle smooth and fast transitions after a short sprint on the erg.
Okay, first up, we have the sprint relay for the under 17 men. And before we get into this, Camilla, of course, we had the endurance relays last weekend where athletes were able to have non-team members hold the straps for the athlete on the rowing machine. That is not the case for this weekend. So only the 4 athletes on the team are able to touch any part of the rower or any part of the other team members in terms of holding the straps while the athletes go through this 2,000 meters.
Yeah, it is a much shorter race, so those transitions will need to be as slick as we saw last weekend, if not slicker, because they will account for far more of the time than they did across that 5,000 meter. You know, we saw times of 13, 14, 15 minutes. This time around, it is 6 minutes. It is less than that for these 2 kilometers, and those changes will be happening really sharply. So indeed, I think it will make a bit of an impact in the fact that you are going to have to muddle through that as a team of 4 to be able to ensure that you've got those changeovers and communications spot on. But I'm sure these guys will all have practiced, despite the fact that they are under 17s. And Neve, what a challenge to be taking on at this junior age category.
Yeah, incredible. They're under 17, but we're seeing a lot of 13, 14, 15-year-olds competing here now. So we'll see them all just taking their time to stop rowing here now as they're getting the command on their monitor to sit ready, and we'll get kicked off then with the first relay, first final of the day.
Great to hear the noise from each of those different locations, Neve, getting that little insight into those spaces, into the support that these guys have. And so here they go now into the racing frame, and it's going to be over before we know it. The benefit, I guess, of these sprint relays is that they can push as hard as they can for a couple of 100 meters, and then just as they get tired, Neve, they're going to hop off and give it over to the next person.
They will. Now we're seeing very interesting strategies here from the different team members. Usually you would see one person rowing, one person waiting ready to get on, and 2 people holding the straps. But we actually saw one of the teams there, one person was holding both straps down, pretty much lying under the erg there. We'll see if they come back onto our screen there now shortly. But look at these, such young athletes racing at a world championships, 13, 14, 15-year-olds old. A lot of responsibility on their shoulders, but it's great to see here the teamwork that is happening, the coaches that are around supporting them. In the lead at the moment, it is Berzisnik of Ukraine leading it out here now. We're almost hitting that 1,500 meter mark to go, so they've almost 500 meters done, and it looks like a lot of the crews are deciding to take the approach of changing every 250 meters. Of course, that's kind of standard what we would see in relay races across the world, but it is up to these teams when and how long they row for, when they change over. But a lot of them are taking that approach. I guess, Camilla, 250 meters, it's enough that you can or it's short enough that you can go pretty hard and without that kind of fatigue setting in.
Yeah, totally. It's about 30 strokes to there or thereabouts, so they'll be counting them down in their heads. Some great technique there from the Berzisnik team in the bottom left-hand side of your picture. You can see very upright, very efficient, not wasting any sort of body movements around either side of the turn. That is lovely rowing to see there from this under-17s team. And I think the Berzisnik team here from Ukraine that you're seeing, what a great transition there. Feet straight into the straps and jumping, leaping on to take those next next strokes. A really experienced team. They're all 16 years of age, probably on average one of the older teams we have in this category. This Nezlamny team, also from Ukraine, a couple of 14-year-olds on board. Yaroslav Meshai and Yaroslav Dolopol of this team, just 14 years of age. So amazing to see them competing in this category, and great to see so much interest from the Ukrainian rowing team across the board here in these relay sprints. As we move around the rooms, some really high stroke ratings coming from the previous team there joining us, and also now from the Limassol Rowing Centre, who were right at the top of the leaderboard from Cyprus earlier on in this race. But as we pass through halfway, they are having to climb once again, Neve, because they've fallen behind the Ukrainian team from Buroviznek.
Yeah, you always see around those transition times that the speed kind of drops, and positions change very much on the leaderboard. But as soon as they kind of get going again and pull those first few strokes, the change tends to happen on the leaderboard there again. Out in the lead though, Buroviznek, as you said, their technique was brilliant, and it's really showing. They've over 50 meters of a lead here now with 750 to go, so they're probably transitioning here now again. We saw the transition on screen there a little while ago, like they just jumped on that erg, feet were in stable, and that just having that one person lying underneath holding the straps, that's a new technique. We're seeing it there, the top left hand corner of your screen right now, that one person holding both straps. That's new. I've never come across that. Usually you'd have two people holding down the straps. But I competed in a relay event myself back in Paris 2020 at the World Indoor Rowing Championships. That was a mixed relay, and we decided to take that approach again that we spoke about, the 250 meters each. It just seemed to work for us, and I think that's, we'll probably see that approach across the board today in all the relay races that we have coming up. So no change in the lead here as they come into the final 400 meters or so. Limassol Rowing Centre then just holding on to second here. The crew from Poland then just about to overtake them, I would say, for second position. Look at the stroke rate here from Limassol, 50 up in the 50s here. Big stroke rates here as they try to hold on to one of those podium positions.
Yeah, I did spot, Neve, probably about 100 metres or so ago, the Buroviznek team had a bit of a seat disaster, that they made one of those great transitions, but just fell off the seat a couple of strokes in. It's not impacted them. They had enough of a buffer up there at the front of this field, but it would have disrupted their rhythm, certainly. And here they are. Look at this, through the roof on stroke rating now. They're up at 56 strokes a minute coming in towards the line, and this is probably the last transition for them, so they'll be cheering on this final athlete to try and get them through the line, the final kind of 30 strokes or so, and every piece of effort now into getting them across that finish line. Here is the team in fifth at the moment, also from Ukraine. You can see there the weights holding down the rowing machine with the amount of power they're putting through it, not wanting to disrupt it and make it move around. But there we go, our winning team across the line. It will be the Buroviznek team, 30 seconds quicker than they qualified through in the heats. A brilliant job, and you can see what that means to them. Celebrations all around in Ukraine, and we'll have to wait here for another few teams to cross the line. It was indeed the team from Poland, 5:45, 15 seconds later for Uxmos Elk of Poland. Limassol Rowing Centre, the Cyprus team there, will take a podium in third place. And then the remaining of our teams, the other team from Ukraine, Nezlamny, and also the three teams from the People's Republic of China, including the two teams from New Rowing, now entering the final 300 meters. But I just love to see the camaraderie, Neve, here with this one. It's all about that communication and teamwork to make for a successful relay team.
Absolutely. And a lot of these rowers, they are so young that they are going to be new to the sport. So to get to have a team event as like your first introduction to the international stage is just so great, because it's so much fun. As you said, that like the support, the camaraderie is brilliant. Sometimes when you're competing as an individual, it can be a lonely place. But when you have that team element, it really just brings that kind of fun, excitement element to it. So final crew now coming up up towards the finish line. Just 200 meters to go. New rowing and fine from the People's Republic of China. Great racing here from them. Probably final transition here now for them. 150 meters to go here, and we're seeing some highlights here. Those great transitions, as we mentioned, from Borisiznik of Ukraine.
Yeah, some great transitions, I think, and great technique there, made for such a successful team. Borisiznik, I think, well-deserved winners there in that under-17 men's sprint relay. And we're going to see some more relays coming up in just a moment, Mike, but that's whetted my appetite. That was brilliant to watch from our junior age group athletes.
It really was. And you mentioned the two C's, chemistry and collaboration. So Neve, if you can just put your coach hat on for a second. So if you have 100% of time to devote to a training block for these relay competitors, how much of that time will be on that teamwork, the transitions, knowing how much you're going to push, how much you're going to row in each piece? How much of their training week or training month would be devoted to that aspect as opposed to their regular engine building?
Yeah, so I guess the engine building happens all year round, and then, you know, it will transition from endurance into more of that sprint work, because a lot of these rowers were only rowing between 150 and 250 meters before the transitions. But over the last, month, 6 weeks, they really would have been needing to spend quite a bit of time on those transitions, getting used to one person holding the seat, one person jumping on, because I'm sure we'll see throughout the day now, those transitions can make or break a team. And if you lose a seat, if you fall off, if your feet aren't strapped down tight enough, that really adds to the seconds, and every second counts, as we know, in this racing.
Camilla, did you ever partake in the relay competitions during your competitive career?
Yeah, once upon a time. I think back to the British Rowing Indoor Championships in 2008. I was part of a team that we won our age category. It was great. But yeah, I do remember it's a really tricky sort of dance that you have to coordinate with your other teammates on how you get people not only from seat to floor, but also from one side of the machine to the other. You sort of have to coordinate either clockwise, anti-clockwise, who's holding and who's jumping on at what time, which is trickier in the heat of the race to think about, as well as pushing harder than you think.
Well, next up, we have the under 17 and under 19 women for the sprint relay. And Neve, there's also a concern, I guess, with the transition, as Camilla was talking about. You can also almost move too fast, right? Like, you kind of have to think, like, kind of take a breath. Like, you don't want to rush things, because that's when mistakes can be made. So it's really kind of riding on that razor's edge.
Absolutely. And like, you want it to be effortless, and the only way that it can become effortless is if you have practiced it over and over again. But taking that split second, it's actually quite similar to the beach sprints that we see now, and that we'll see in LA in 2028. People maybe sometimes don't spend a lot of time jumping in and out of the boat, but it's those key seconds is what will make and break a race. And it's the same here in these relay races. So you really do. It's a big part of the race. So it's really important that they spend time getting used to it, and therefore making it effortless and not making those simple mistakes.
Well, Camilla, this under 17, under 19 women's race is a dual country showdown, it looks like, between Ukraine and China. So 6 teams in there, 3 spots, of course, for the podium. It will be interesting to see which country comes out on top in this dual race.
Well, yes, we've got 4 teams that are in the under 17 category, and we've got 2 teams who are in the under 19 category. So those will be denoted by the red boats. So you can see here, this team Best Girls from Ukraine, they will be in the under 19s category. And here with the yellow boats, this is the under 17 women. So they're the Koziriata team from Ukraine. Looks like potentially in the same space, and this dual country showdown head to head happening across both categories, but just one team representing from Ukraine in the under 17s. That was the Koziriata team that we just saw there. 3 teams from the People's Republic of China, all from New Rowing, and so let's see how they get on. Final bits of preparation going underway, and the same technique, Neve, you'll be pleased to see. I just saw there from one of the teams that one athlete holding both sets of feet straps. It is the first time I've seen it as well, and it's good to know that I'm not the only one. It's at absolutely amazing to see how relay technique is continuing to advance.
Absolutely, yeah. Just because, it's done year in, year out doesn't mean it's always the right way. It's always good to see if you can make up those split seconds in these sort of races. And it did look like they were in the same space as the team from Ukraine that won the last race. And just to point out as well, it was just confirmed to us that unlike last week where non-team members could hold the straps, today for the 2,000 meter relays, it has to be one or two or three of the four team members that are rowing have to hold the straps today. Otherwise you will lose that place that you get and maybe relegated down to the end of the leaderboard here. So that'll be one thing we'll be looking out for, to make sure that it is the team members that are holding the straps here for these crews. So they're all getting that command now to stop rowing and to get ready.
Well, you can hear all the noise there as the instructions came up on screen, and we're away cleanly across both of these categories, the under 17 and under 19 sprint relays. We'll wait to see if they're taking a similar approach here, with about 250 meters being rowed by each athlete. Powerful strokes there from the under 17 women from Ukraine. Brilliant stuff and great technique being displayed. And look at that, those feet straps being held to an absolute T, Neve. I think this is a good technique moving forward.
Absolutely. There's going to be lots of crews now, or teams, looking at this today, and no doubt we'll see it more so. It's probably too late for crews to adopt it now today, but we'll see it no doubt in future competitions. Really great to see different techniques though being used. But yes, yesterday in the continental knockout heats, that crew from Ukraine that we saw, they're leading out this under 17 women's relay. They had 50 seconds of a lead across the rest of the teams. Second place yesterday was the People's Republic of China, new rowing W1. They were 7:42.7. Ukraine were 6:53.6. So we do know that this crew from Ukraine are very, very strong, and they're showing it here now. Average split at the moment 1:36. They've already made a couple of transitions. They're coming up towards that 1500 meter mark. Then new rowing W1 then from People's Republic of China, they're 45 meters behind now, sitting in second position, and the two of these now have a massive lead across the rest of the field. In the under 19 category then it is Best Girls, also Ukraine, nice lead now, over 30 meters of a lead ahead of new rowing W4 from People's Republic of China. Camilla, it's like we're there with them in the clubs. It's so good that we can actually hear the atmosphere, the support that's coming from their team members and coaches.
Yeah, and it's clearly working for them, especially the guys from Ukraine that you can see here, both of those screens in the centre and left-hand side of your picture. Both teams, the under-19s and under-17s, in that same gym together, and they're clearly being spurred on to really grab the bull by the horns and lead out these categories as a collective. Now, it's, I think, still in the balance in the, for these races, 30, 70 meters, whatever it may be, one sort of non-slick transition, one error, one mistake can allow the other team to creep back in. So they can't let up, they can't let that concentration slip, because, again, I think that the way that New Rowing are approaching this, they're down at a slightly slower stroke rating, but it just gives them that little bit more time to think about the transitions and get them, nice and comfortable and clean.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, even having that big lead, it doesn't guarantee you anything, because as you said, they have each other lined up in a certain order as to who will come next. And if one person getting on falls off, it's not as if I don't think that the next person in line would jump on. The person who fell off would try and get up and get back on, so that they can keep that order that they have practiced. So definitely it can cost you time if you don't get or nail that transition here. But we are seeing the two leaders here in the under 19 category here, the Best Girls closest to us on screen, and in the purple in the background, the crew in the under 17, Kazi Riata, both representing Ukraine now, leading out their their categories here, both up about 45, 46 strokes per minute. That's the thing with these relays, like, you can afford to go, up into the 40s, which is very different to what we saw earlier on in the 2Ks. Some people down at 26, 28 strokes per minute. So very different approach here. Now, the interesting thing with the relays this time is that as long as each rower rows once, you can row as much distance as you want. So one person or three people could row one stroke each, and the fourth person could row the remainder of the 2,000 meters. It seems like nobody has taken that sort of approach. Everyone seems to be, splitting it up equally. What would you do, Camilla? Would you prefer to row like 1,900 meters?
Well, do you know what? I think for me personally, I'll take a couple of strokes and I'll leave it to someone else in my current state of fitness. But look, I think that, like you say, the benefit of switching over, yes, it does lose you a little bit of time on that changeover when the handle's not moving, and when you are sort of just doing that sort of movement of jumping on and off the seat. What it does allow you to do is sprint absolutely to your max capacity at a high rate of stroke rate without that ability to tail off, right? And so those intense short bursts that you're taking in turns at 48, I've even seen 50 strokes a minute would not be possible for one person to do for 2,000 meters, that's for sure. So yeah, I think the benefit of swapping over at regular intervals far outweighs one person sort of trying to sprint hard and hang on for a sort of elongated period of time. Here are our race leaders in the under 17 women, and there they are, 52 strokes a minute. The end is in sight. This will be the last go on the rowing machine for this athlete here in the team before she hands over to their finisher, I presume, Neve, if they're doing the sort of standard transitions of 250 meters each. But no, 300 meters to go. They've put the last athlete, I think, onto the machine. We'll have to wait and see if they change again. But here in this under 17 category, it's all coming towards the end. Everyone's within the final 350 meters now.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess the one benefit of being able to kind of switch around the distances is that if someone does go too hard in their 250 and their legs are screaming at them, that someone who is a little bit fresher maybe, or who just has a little bit more training, they can adapt and change strategies in the middle of the race. That's why it would be important, I would say, to have a coach with you. So if someone, if the split is going higher and higher and higher, that the coach can say, okay, you're off, next person's in, rather than sticking to the standard kind of 250 or 500 that people are doing. But yes, coming into the final few strokes now, the women's under 19 relay. It is Best Girls of Ukraine. We're seeing them on screen here now, taking the win here in this relay, and coming in the women's under 17, not too far behind them, also Ukraine in the same room. Very lucky club for sure. Kazariata of Ukraine there. Not much separating these crews, even though there's the age difference between them, but very strong performances by both crews from Ukraine. Coming in then in second position in the women's under 17, New Rowing W1, People's Republic of China, into their final 70 strokes, and New Rowing W4 in the women's under 19, also from People's Republic of China. Big celebrations happening there on screen.
Yeah, lovely to see. Best Girls living up to their name, Neve, taking home the gold there in that under 19s event by a huge margin as well. Almost a minute that they managed to be triumphant there in that category, and lovely that they can celebrate with the other team who are on screen now, our winners of the under 17 women's relay. Great to have them all in the same space. What a great energy there must be in that room. Our final teams now just finishing here, and talking of big teams, New Rowing, you can see there the big space that they're in contesting this World Rowing Indoor Championships. Must be a great feeling and great energy in the room for them as they all come towards the line. Big thumbs up here, pointing at the screen, knowing that they're within touching distance of these final transitions. And here we go, just nice time taken to make sure that the feet are in the straps, that the first strokes are taken without missing the seat. And I think we're now starting to see some replay footage here of the final few strokes of this of the women's under 17s from our winning team from Ukraine. But great stuff all round. Here are our winners of the under 19 race, celebrating their final few strokes, and don't they look pleased with that? That was absolutely brilliant, Mike.
It was the Ukrainian girls with a clean sweep of both races there. Now, both of you mentioned that new technique, the single person holding the straps. You're wondering if that's going to occur later on. I'm here to tell you, I don't think it is, because let's remember, those are teenagers. It takes, as you get older, you don't get up from the floor as fast as you used to. So I think that is purely going to be a teenager technique. We'll see if I'm proven wrong as we move through the rest of our relays. But again, you may be sitting home wondering, well, how do we keep all of these teams together? We have 2 races going on at once. What is with the control of these races to ensure everything is fair and equitable for every team competing across the globe? Here's how it works.
2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships, presented by Concept2, is fully virtual this year. But do you know how nearly 1,500 athletes from all corners of the globe are all connected in real time? Behind the scenes, Time Team from the Netherlands provides the software and infrastructure to manage this fully virtual indoor rowing competition. Their system ensures seamless competition management, collecting all race data from participants around the world and bringing it together in real time. Each participant receives a unique participant login code, which they use to connect their ergometer to their computer. By logging in with this code, they are connected to the race server alongside all other competitors, no matter where they are in the world. Because virtual participants may have varying internet connections, race control needs to ensure that the data signal they receive is stable for all competitors before clearing umpires to the race to start. Poor internet connections and signals may delay the start, or may even cause race umpires to remove that participant from the race in order to ensure the integrity of the result. The race data is then collected in real time, and the boat tracker allows the competitors and the audience to follow the progress of the race. In addition to race data, Time Team also integrates live video feeds from all competitors across the globe, allowing umpires to verify each athlete's participation and ensure fair play. For results and rankings, athletes can visit the official website where they will find detailed race data, including stroke-by-stroke analysis, stroke rate, and pace.
Well, after seeing everything that goes into bringing these races together and again, ensuring fairness for all competitors, it's just incredible that there's such a minimum amount of delays that occur as we go through these competitions. So really hats off to Time Team, everyone at Race Control and everyone behind the scenes to bring you the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships presented by Concept2. Back to the relay competition, Camilla and Neve, we have the University Mixed Relay coming up next. So we're playing for racing for school pride at this time, Neve. And so here's the prediction. Are we going to see that new technique as the age of the athletes eclipses 20 and we're no longer talking about teenagers?
Yeah, let's see how flexible they are. We have 4 crews competing in the university mix, but we also have 1 crew in the services mixed relay as well. So this is services like the police, fire brigade, coast guard, army. So we have 1 crew competing in that. So it's great to see. And of course, these are the mixed relays. So 2 men, 2 women. But of course, as long as each one rows, it doesn't matter what distance they have. So I'm intrigued to see whether, the faster rowers will kind of spend a little bit more time on the erg compared to the slower ones.
That's actually the same question I had. So Camilla, you have the relay background. So when you did mixed relays, generally, how was that broken down between your male participants and your female team members?
I think we would still have approached it in terms of distance rowed, but of course the changeovers could be that much, the distance rowed could be that much greater if you actually went by time. So it's just that little bit harder to track time, right? I think if there's a distance that you're going for, that is quite universally agreeable. But I think that if it was me now looking back and trying to do it again, perhaps breaking it down by each athlete racing for 30 seconds would give those athletes who are perhaps a little bit stronger opportunity to lay down a little bit more distance, but it's equal across all of the participants in the team, whether they be male or female or open or whatever, to be able to contribute the same amount in terms of time rowed.
We'll take a look at the start list for this race coming up in just a moment, but first a word from Concept2.
Indoor rowing is more than just numbers. It's making friends while working out. It's having fun and getting strong, stroke by stroke. The EXA app has it all. Share your passion with a worldwide community. Explore mesmerizing locations. And push your limits with training plans. Indoor rowing has never been easier. The world is your workout. Start rowing it.
Okay, as mentioned, another relay race coming up, the sprint relay for the university mixed competition. Let's take a look at that start list to see the competitors. Well, it's university mixed as well as a services mixed team included in this competition. And just, Neve, can you just give me an idea of just the school pride that perhaps some of these competitors are racing for, and if that just kind of adds a little bit to this team competition?
Absolutely. Rowing at university level is so big across the world. In fact, a lot of people take up rowing when they're in school, and then it's when they get to university, it's where they either get very serious about it, or maybe, they just continue it for fun. But university rowing is so, important and serious, particularly for those athletes who want to race internationally. So, we're going to see some big races here, some big times, hopefully some really cool transitions as well. Looking forward to seeing if they adopt that under 17 and under 19 technique that we just saw. But definitely very important to win these university races.
And here we go. Camilla, take us away.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, we're underway here, and hopefully we'll see those rivalries start to emerge, but global rivalries, perhaps having never raced each other before, these institutions. World Rowing Indoor Championships to race across the world, as it were. Here is the American University in Cairo coming to us from Egypt, and they are currently sat in third position at this very early stage of the race. Just 200 meters in, we'll be expecting a transition, I'm sure, sometime soon, and you can see here the next member of the team waiting to grab the handle and hop on, and there we go, some quick fast strokes to get the American University in Cairo back underway. The Karlsruhe Institute of Technology in Germany here, coming to us live, and you can see it's the male athletes that they've opted to put first in the driving seat here. And we talked a lot about the order that you do things and the sort of amount of time that each athlete takes here on the erg. It looks like the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, Neve, opting to kind of front load with that power.
Yeah, I think that's always, we often see that in mixed relays. The males will tend to go first just because they generally would have those lower splits. So after, maybe if they go twice, the two males back to back, they'd have a good idea what they need to do, where they are on the leaderboard, and what they have to do for the rest of the 2,000 meters. Now, another approach that we often see in the mixed relays is that the male will go first, we'll then see the two females in the middle, and then the male will go in the fourth position as well, just because, again, with the lower splits that we see from the male athletes, that, if there is some distance to be made up or time to be made up, that they kind of have that extra power in that fourth position, we'll say. Now, it looks like across the board that the athletes seem to be taking that standard approach to 50 meters each. Let's see if that changes as the race goes on, but it looks like at the moment kind of a standard. They probably have their strategy, they've practiced, and they're not really changing from that right now.
Yeah, and here go the Leibniz University in Hanover. A frozen picture we've got just there, but the great encouragement coming from each member of the team. They shuffle around on the floor to hand over that foot strap to get the next athlete ready. They look like they were in the student union, Neve. They had the disco lights, which certainly helped our Finnish competitors last weekend, channeling the spirit of our medalists from the previous weekend's racing. We now move here to our services mixed relay team. Neve, you spoke about them a little bit earlier, coming to us from many different professions and walks of life. A couple of nurses here in this team, and also those who have served in the British Army as well. So a brilliant sort of coming together of various different servicemen and women to take part in this relay. Unfortunately, we don't have any data from their ergos, but we can absolutely see that they are putting their all in there. I would assume up in Scotland, given the saltire that they've got draped across the backdrop, Neve, in their competition space.
Yeah, it certainly looks like they are in Scotland. And as you mentioned, a couple of nurses there, Iona, a nurse in the NHS and the Army, only started rowing last year and is loving it so far. And Isla then is in the Army Reserve as well. So that's what qualifies them to be part of the services team. And of course, like the ages come in that team, we have 41-year-old, 44, 50-year-old, compared to obviously they're in the same race here with the university students who are much younger. We don't have any data from the services team right now. It's not coming through to us here, but they are certainly hooked up and going for it here now. So on our screens, American University in Cairo currently sitting in second position here. They're coming up to 500 meters to go, up at 52 strokes per minute, a split of 122 here at the moment. But in the lead, Rudin Rowing Club there into the final 400 meters. They're down at 121, split with a 46 stroke per minute pace at the moment. Big strokes here from American University in Cairo. Big change here. They're actually quite slow here, Camilla. That's interesting. I'm not sure if that's something, maybe they didn't spend time practicing that transition, because they did lose a little bit of time there.
Yeah, and the transition's almost as important to practice than the training. And it can sometimes be hard to get all members of your team together and just focusing on that element of the change. You can go and do all the training you like on the sprints, on your own individual rowing machines at home, but getting these transition pieces in place, like I say, a bit like rehearsing a dance where you need everyone to be absolutely sure of where they're putting their, placing themselves, when they're picking up the handle. And a great example there from our race leaders, the RUDN Rowing Club, coming to us from Germany. A great mix of athletes in this quartet. Afina Belonagova, who has been rowing in Kazakhstan since 2018, a multiple champion within the Kazakhstan rowing scene, and also rowing in the Asian Championships as well. So plenty of international interest, not only across our teams, but also internally within the universities as well, people who have gone to study abroad. So that's absolutely brilliant. We're back in Scotland now with the services team, and again, that encouragement that comes from the other members, such an important role that you've got to play whilst you're recovering, ready to take your next role on the ergo, ready to take your next strokes. You've also got to have the energy, Neve, to cheer on your teammates as well.
Absolutely, and they're just finishing again. We don't have times for them, but they did it looks like just finished behind the Hanover University there, who had a time of 6:06.6. So they were probably in or around similar time. I'm sure we'll get confirmation of that, but they seem very happy with that performance anyway. But a winning time there in the university relay of 5:31.9 from RUDN Rowing Club there, averaging at 1:22.9.
Really fast performances that we've seen thus far in the relay competition. But also, to put this in a little bit of context, some of these times by the second and third place teams there are going to be eclipsed by our open men's competition just racing individually. So just to give you an idea of how much speed is still to come. So we have still a few minutes left until our final relay race. That will be the sprint relay for the open men and open women. But a question I have for both of you, but let's start with Camilla. So obviously the transition from on-water rowing to indoor rowing is very simple. But with all the interest in indoor rowing from people at the fitness community at large, what about that transition from indoor rowing to on the water rowing? Just give us an idea of how difficult that would be.
Yeah, and look, there's a lot of people who get that sort of buzz and get the bug for rowing and want to try it out on the water. And look, I think as long as there is a patch of water, a body of water near you, whether that be a river, whether that be a lake, whether that be the sea, you know, with the sort of uptick in coastal rowing as well, there is plenty of opportunity to get involved with rowing at your local rowing club. Most places will do a sort of learn to row program to help you transition those movements from, you know, the sort of arms body slide, being on a stable piece of land on the rowing machine indoors, to being able to add in extra elements like balance, the skills of moving the oars and the blades. And you can find your local rowing club or coastal rowing club anywhere in the world who will, I'm sure, have a learn to row program to make that transition nice and simple. So yeah, it's a great way to find, you know, that extra added layer of the sport.
And just, Neve, what is that learning curve like? So say, for example, as Camilla suggested, if you go to a learn to row program, you're seeing success with your indoor rowing competitions, and no matter what age you are, you think, you know what, I would like to maybe row on the water and kind of get out there in nature. What exactly is that learning curve like? How long would it take people to kind of pick it up where they are able to row competently by themselves on the water?
Yeah, like it really depends on the individual. You know, some people are very comfortable in the water. They're comfortable, you know, they have a strong core built up, and so balance, particularly in the flat water rowing, you know, is no problem to them. Other people, it might take a little bit longer, because obviously it's quite different going from an erg to water. But like we saw Elizabeth Gilmore earlier, she started out as a runner, took up indoor rowing, and then started water rowing. So she's on a master's sweep crew. There's other people, Clara Hogan, who we'll see from Ireland. She's in one of the women's relay team here as well, came from a fitness background into indoor rowing and now has started that water rowing as well. So, you know, it depends on the individual, but once you have the basic movement of rowing, which you learn on the Concept2 erg, then you can transition. But obviously, as Camilla said, all the different elements, the water, the balance, the in particular in coastal, you know, there's so many other elements as well that you need to take into consideration.
Well, Camilla, let me ask you this, because my exposure to water rowing was in university. I had a couple of friends who rowed crew, and they were always up very, very early in the morning. So have things changed over the past 20 years where maybe training sessions can be done a little bit later in the day, or is that early morning, is that really just the best time to get on the water and get your training pieces done?
Hey, look, it's been a long time since I've been up as part of the 5 a.m. club, but I was once upon a time doing it 6 days a week, every week. But what I will say is I don't think that's changed much, right? A lot of the rowers that do get out on the water tend to do it before their days start so that they get the best of the light. But it really is the best part of the day. You get some beautiful sunrises. And, you know, for me, I think that it is well worth those couple of hours that you have to set your alarm earlier to get that first break of day. It's a lovely sport to be out there in nature, as you say, on the water, and I'm so grateful that, you know, we have that beautiful sort of natural environment to be able to take part in this sport. So yeah, I would say it is early mornings, Mike, but it is all worth it.
Well, the early mornings, if prepare you for parenthood as well. So that's another way you can look at it. That if you get up early for your rowing training, you're ready to have kids as well. Neve, as we take a look at the global reach of this open men and women's sprint relay, if we can get the start list once again, who is the team that you're kind of watching for that is competing in this one that might end up on the top of the podium?
Oh, so many big names here in this race, and a lot of returning members, rowers that we saw last weekend in the 5,000 meter relay. So up the top there, we have Jim Metal, who were the fastest yesterday. They were preliminary races yesterday. They have Matt Snare and Jeremy Weaver, of course, a member of the International Men of Mystery team that won last year and the year before at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Of course, we have Titans of Paris, Team Finland, New Wave CrossFit. We saw all those last week as well. Team Finland, they won the men's 5,000 meter race. So let's see if they can translate that to the 2,000 meter race.
And Camilla, looks like we're about to get going. I'll let you take things away.
Thank you so much, Mike. Yeah, we have got the stop rowing sign, which will not only be displayed for us here watching on the broadcast, but also for the athletes on their display screens, on their rowing machines. They'll all be seeing that same box. And as it moves from stop rowing, they'll get the next set of instructions, which will go through that start sequence, connecting everyone all across the world to be able to race together. It is so intelligent, this system. I'm amazed every single time that everyone gets this same set of instructions ready to go. And here we go. It's the ready, attention, and I was about to say go, but in this instance, we've had a false start. It's easily done. We've already had a couple here today in the semi-finals, but it looks like Jim Mettle just a little bit too eager and keen, Neve, to get underway.
I don't want to say anything bad about them because I don't think it was them that caused the false start. It was the team from Germany, I believe, coming up on my screen. So we won't say anything bad about Jim Mettle right now.
My apologies, Jim Mettle. You were just on my screen as the false start symbol came up. So apologies for calling you out there.
Yeah, that's not to say they won't cause another one. But we're seeing, I'm interested to see New Wave CrossFit this week now, because we saw them last weekend and they were changing about every 150 meters. So they took a very different approach to the 5,000 meter relay last week. So let's see if they continue with that, or will they kind of lengthen it out to the 250 meters. I'm disappointed not to see the Disco Lights in Team Finland yet anyway, but very strong rowers. Team Finland won the 5,000 meter relay last weekend. Looking at impeccable transitions here now, looks like that they are set up alongside New Wave CrossFit there in the men's relay, alongside them in the women's. So they're getting ready to go here.
I have to see if they live up to their name as well, Neve. Impeccable transitions is what we'll be expecting from them as the attention go does get us underway this time here. The men in the yellow boats, their relay, and the women in the red boats at the bottom side of your screen. So two different races, two different sets of medals to be won here in this relay. And wow, look at the power there in the Titans of Piraeus in the top right-hand side of your screen, Neve. That is quite something.
Incredible finish, or starts there, not finishes quite yet. Yes, Titans of Paris, Greece, known as the strongest rowers of Greece. Apparently there's one kind giant, one policeman, one bald coach, and one kayak champion making up that crew. 2 out of 4 of those members were third last weekend in the 5,000 meters. We are seeing very quick transitions here. They've obviously practiced them, but Team Finland here now leading out the men's relay. No real surprise right now, but let's see if anyone can catch them in the women's at the moment. Team Finland again, can they get a clean sweep just like they did last weekend in the relay? They're leading it out ahead of that impeccable transitions crew. Swift Strokes based in Ireland, they're coming in third at the moment, followed in by AUC rowing team in Egypt.
This is going to be lightning fast, I think, Neve. And I can see Fraser Brent there on the ergo for New Wave CrossFit. He was part of that team last weekend that came second in the longer distance endurance relay. But this is so much sharper, so much faster, and relies on big power strokes, which is exactly what we're getting. What a transition there. These guys should be called impeccable transitions alongside the women's team that's racing alongside them. Now we jump here to the Karlsruhe Ruderverein Viking von 1879 rowing club in Germany, and they're taking their time with the transitions. You know, this is an approach that I think can work out if you've not been quite as practiced. It does mean that you don't have any of those mishaps, Neves, like missing the seat or missing taking the handle off your teammate.
Absolutely, yeah. Sometimes taking that just a slower approach can work. We're seeing the Swift Strokes 2.0 women's relay team on our screen here now. 2 of those members made up the mixed relay team that finished second last year. That's Christine and Hannah. They're joined by Clara Hogan, who just jumped on. We saw her a little while ago in the 2,000 meters. She did not have much recovery time there. And then Eureka Wall represented at the 1998 Olympics in the luge. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correct, Camilla.
Yeah, I think you are. The luge. Well, we've got the Winter Olympics coming up quite soon, don't we, next year? So maybe we'll see some more athletes that, again, quite common power power athletes going to bobsleigh, going to luge, going to skeleton bob. Maybe we could see some coming back the other way to compete here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. But what a race we've got here. Just 25 metres separating 4 crews between Team Finland, New Wave CrossFit, Titans of Piraeus and Gym Metal here in this open men's team. Anyone could take this as we come into the final 700 metres. I really don't know who to put my money on because this is just looking so tight. But Team Finland looking to hang on and do the double across the endurance relay and do it again here in the sprint relay. New Wave CrossFit now moving up into second position.
Yes, Team Finland there again, like we have Joel Nakarinen, who we saw in the 2000 meter there a while ago. He had the semi-final. He's going to have the grand final a little later, and here he is in this relay as well. So that's obviously going to take it out of him. He's joined there by John Lund of USA. Now I love this. He's the former US champion in the Finnish sport of wife carrying, and we have photo evidence to prove that there is a sport called wife carrying and he is the US champion. But they are powering it out here now in the last almost 250 meters here. They have 28 meters of a lead here now, but very close between New Wave CrossFit and Gym Metal and Titans of Piraeus for that second, third and fourth position.
Yeah, it is going to come down to the wire, the final 290 metres. I think Finland have probably got enough of a buffer, but where the rest of the medals are handed out is yet to be seen, because Titans of Piraeus have just fallen one space down to Gym Metal. They're off the podium here, but it's all going to come down to their final athlete, the ergo on screen. Well, this is the team from Germany who aren't quite in the mix for the medals, but here are those 3 teams. Team Finland in gold medal position at the moment as we come down to the final few strokes. New Wave CrossFit holding silver, but Gym Metal starting the push back now. It's Titans of Piraeus that are still under threat here to finish off the podium, Neve.
Yeah, things are changing here very much. Gym Metal are trying to come back here now at New Wave CrossFit. Not sure if they have enough space left to do it all. They're doing their best here now, but it is 0.5 of a second there between New Wave CrossFit and Gym Metal. Brilliant finish there from Gym Metal there to finish in third position and to overtake the crew from Greece. But no doubt about the leaders there. Team Finland 4:51.6, incredible time there across 2,000 meters. They've done 3 out of 3 so far in their relays. Looks like the women are going to follow suit here now.
Yeah, the women looking to complete the quadruple here for Team Finland across the endurance relays. We've just seen the men take victory here in the 2,000 meter relay, and here they are cheering on the final athlete here as the stroke rate goes up to 55, 57 strokes a minute here. She will look to complete the set here for Team Finland. A brilliant accolade for all of the Finnish rowing team to achieve a complete set across the board of gold medals in the relays. Absolutely astounding stuff. They always come here in such force to the World Rowing Indoor Championships. It will leave Team Impeccable Transitions to roll through now here in that silver medal position. Great to see them matching the performance of their men's team, the New Wave CrossFit team over on the men's side. And there is Team Swift Strokes having just finished as well in that women's open relay. So just as I say, fast, furious times underneath 5 minutes. I think just incomprehensible for me, Neve, here to think that 2,000 meters can be rowed that fast.
Incredible times, and it just goes to show, like, these are big athletes. The power, the muscle that really goes into these relays, these short bursts, and again those transitions, like we're seeing. There was actually a new technique I saw with the transitions there, that the athlete that got off, like, jumped backwards off the seat and was on the ground and holding the seat for the next person coming on. That's again a new technique I hadn't seen before. So lots of new innovative ways of trying to make this version of indoor rowing faster.
Yeah, so it looks like mobility training, flexibility training is going to be added to the power, endurance, and speed training that we're typically seeing at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. Camilla, you mentioned the clean sweep for Finland in the relays. So it's not just the talent on the rower, it's the chemistry and teamwork. And what's really scary for teams is we thought it was the disco lights that were responsible last weekend for the gold medals. No lights this weekend, and Team Finland still takes both the relay open for the men's and women's final. Just a tremendous round of performances from this team relay as we take a look at the 4 teams that competed in the open women final for the relay team. Finland, again, the only team to go sub-6, and the men's team, the one of 2 teams to go sub-5, which is absolutely blazing speed. As we set the stage for the grand finals of the individual races, we'll have more on that coming up after this short ad break.
Our clock is ticking. The race to protect and restore our healthy waters is on. We need to act now before it's too late. Join World Rowing and WWF as we pull together to tackle the threat. Healthy waters are essential to water and food security, tackling our climate and nature crises and driving sustainable development. But across the world, our rivers, lakes and coasts are at risk. Our initiative will ensure that healthy waters are at the heart of all rowing. Let's inspire collaboration and develop joint projects with our national rowing federations and WWF offices that push for real impact. And we need your help. Healthy waters are vital for us all. Join the initiative, and together we can make a difference. Visit the World Rowing website to get involved.
Okay, everyone, we are now at the culmination of 2 weeks of competition at the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships presented by Concept2. We started with hundreds of rowers from across the globe, and we've narrowed it down to the top 20 for our 2,000-meter grand final races. We have 6 races still to come, 2 para races, and then, of course, the lightweight women, lightweight men, the open women and open men's competition. So we're going to see some very, very fast performances, potentially in the opens men's competition. Will we see multiple athletes break that 5:40 threshold? Here's a look at the start list for our open para men and women's final. This is the exhibition race. We'll get into more of this in just a minute or two. But as mentioned, we have 6 grand finals to be competed, some hardware to be handed out. It has been a great 2 weeks of competition thus far. Very excited to see the athletes at the tip of the spear in the sport of indoor rowing compete, many of them for their 3rd time over the past 2 days in 2,000-meter races. Just a tremendous expression of power, speed, and endurance. We're going to start off with those 2 para races, and rowing is also taking place at the Invictus Games in 2025. For a little bit more on what that competition is all about, take a look at this.
Because there's so much variation in levels of ability, rather than do a timed piece where they would say race for a distance of 2,500 meters, and then they would see who's got the fastest time, we have a fixed time, and the monitors are able to measure distance in meters. So it's who gets the most meters in 4 minutes.
As we're approaching the final 10 seconds, there's your leader in the women's.
Rowing has been incredible. It's something that I've trained pretty hard in the last few months to get ready for. So to come away with the gold, I'm really, really proud of myself. I had swimming and volleyball the last couple of days, so yeah, it's pretty hard on the body.
Rowing, even though it's all in the same vertical plane, it incorporates all the major muscle groups. It's a real combination of strength and endurance. So it's going to take whatever they got left after a week of doing other sports. And it's exhausting. The 4-minute piece is really similar to almost 1,500 meters or 1,200 meters. So it can really drain you. The 1-minute piece is, we call it a fly and die. You go out as hard as you can.
Tremendous performances at the Invictus Games each and every time that competition is competed. Joining me once again, the members of our commentary team, Camilla Hadlin-Harks and Neve Hayes. Lots of excitement. As mentioned, 6 grand finals to come. We're going to start with the 2 para races. And Camilla, this first one's a little bit different. We're calling this an exhibition race. This involves all open para classes between men and women. If you could just give us a little more information on what exactly that means and why this is an exhibition.
Yeah, of course, Mike. And look, actually, just leading on from from what you've said about the Invictus Games, we see lots of participants who find rowing through the Invictus Games that move into these para categories. So great to see that link there. So this exhibition race, it means that we've not got any rankings or medals to be awarded in this particular race. It's an opportunity for athletes that have not had a formal para classification on the international sort of grounds for classification, have the opportunity to go head to head with other athletes around the world to have that experience of racing. But like I say, there will be no medals that will be handed out for these particular events. It's just an opportunity to try rowing in these para categories whilst not having that sort of need to go through the formal classification pathway to qualify for a particular event here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships.
And Eve, as we take a look at the start list for this exhibition race with the all open para classes, a couple athletes that you're perhaps keeping an eye on across the men's and women's category.
Yeah, there's lots of names. Of course, a lot of them are new to us. You know, we don't see them in the flat water or the coastal rowing. So we're looking forward to seeing some surprise performances here today. But up our number 1 there representing Saudi Arabia, we have Abdullah Al-Hay, USA. Then we have Matthew Husner. And then looking down, you know, many athletes from Hong Kong, which is great to see. I wonder, will we see them in the same setup or in the same rowing club or same gym, because there's lots of them across the board. Then in the women's open, we've 2 competitors, so Ilanka Buwalda of New Zealand and Tam Man Wai of Hong Kong.
Well, and actually, Neve, we talked last week about the demands on athletes from Australia and New Zealand because it's very early in the morning there, and we kind of went through the preparation for those athletes for the 500-meter races last weekend in terms of the 2,000. So am I correct in assuming that their day would have started even earlier for the 2,000 preparation as opposed to the 500?
Yes, absolutely. Well, they may have got up at similar time to last weekend, but the really important thing is, like, if you want to be able to give it your best in these races, you want to get up and actually fuel yourself, nourish your body. So that means that you have to get up a good few hours before your race so that the food has digested and settled within you. But rowers now getting that command to stop rowing here now, and we'll get going with this exhibition race shortly.
Yeah, we'll await those first few strokes here, which could be for some of these athletes the first few competitive strokes that they've taken in a race. And so very exciting times for any athletes that are about to undergo their first ever racing experience here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. But just giving a little bit of time here on this stop rowing signal to allow the athletes to get themselves ready to race. And here we go, the handle being picked up here now by every athlete across the board, and the instruction to go has now been dropped as we get underway. And great to see Abdullah Al-Hay back here for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We saw him last weekend contending in the 500-meter open races, and he's there in the top left-hand side of your picture. But as we move down the board, you talked about the brilliant representation we've got from Hong Kong, China, Neve. There's so many athletes here that are giving this exhibition race a go.
Yeah, so many of them, but up the lead it is Bastian Roland Laszlo of Hungary leading it out big, starting to open it up here now. Looks like he took off at a sprint up in the high 30s. Still really hasn't settled. He seems to be pacing it here at about 35, 36 strokes per minute. As you mentioned there, Abdullah Al-Hay just sitting behind him, just 6 meters separating the two of them at the moment. Then it is Matthew Husner of USA USA, followed in by Ayman Hamadi of Egypt. Then in the women's race, it is Ilanka Buwalda of New Zealand. Of course, early start there for her. Nice steady rate of 29 strokes per minute. And then Tam Man Wai of Hong Kong, China sitting behind her. Similar stroke rate, 28, 29 strokes per minute. But nice start here across the board.
Yeah, really good, and great to see all the different sort of techniques we've got there. Ayman Hamadi using just one arm and one hand to propel the handle backwards, and that's exactly what we love to see here in these open para categories, is that ability to apply whatever your restriction may be to the way that you can use the rowing machine and the way that you can take a rowing stroke. And we'll see that differ across all of these different athletes, from the sliding seat to the fixed seat that we can see here from Kang Sukman Singh in Hong Kong, China, using that strapping, that fixed seat sort of adaptation that you can place onto the ergometer to allow you, if you do have restriction of your trunk and leg movement, to apply power through the rowing stroke. So all different techniques that are going to be on display here in this open para category. Great to see Ilanka Buwalda there, coming all the way from New Zealand, dialing into us here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships and leading out this race. We're now well over the first quarter down and into this second 500 metres, and like a metronome, she's got this down. Her stroke rating 29 strokes a minute, nice and efficient there as we move in towards halfway.
Yes, I'm loving the Christmas decorations here that we're seeing from New Zealand. 2 Christmas trees still up in New Zealand, but great even to actually watch the breathing here from Ilanka Buwalda. That's something that can really kind of make or break your race, if you can kind of stay in control of your breath, and if you can breathe with the stroke. You know, we tend to breathe in or inhale as we slide forward, and then exhale on the effort, on the push. And if you can kind of keep that going, obviously when we get into the sprints, that is harder to maintain, but she was keeping that lovely rate and keeping that lovely breath cycle going with every stroke. Really close here race in the men's for second and third position at the moment. Bastian Roland Laszlo of Hungary currently just ahead of Matthew Hauser of USA. Ayman Hamadi of Egypt currently still in that 4th position. But Abdullah Al-Hay really strong here, sitting at 33 strokes per minute, split of 135, 136. He probably has that target in his mind of maybe around the 135, and he's going to be watching that he doesn't go too far above that. He's currently 136 now with about 700 meters to go here.
Yeah, and we've got Abdullah Al-Hay there on screen currently leading out. Not that we've got medals to give away in this particular event, but leading out this race internationally. But there is Laszlo, who's in a tight battle with Matthew Hauser of the USA. Just 1 meter separating these two for second position. And there is his competition, Hauser, who's coming to us from the United States. Very different styles here. We have Laszlo up at 35 strokes a minute. Hauser all the way down at 30 strokes a minute. You can just see there that he's taking that little bit more time per stroke here on the ergometer to push out that power. So he must be producing a lot more power here, Niamh Hauser, than Laszlo, who's opting to take more strokes per minute.
Absolutely, yeah. Very slow and controlled on that recovery, and that's allowing him to kind of get that extra power output. We're seeing Ayman Hamadi on our screen here now. Again, just like to put this into context, he is rowing with one arm here, and look at him sitting in 4th position now, 35 strokes per minute, a split of 2 minutes here. Incredible from this athlete, and great to see a couple of rowers alongside him here as well. So he's still in 4th. That battle between second and third still happening. Nothing between them at the moment. Liu Ying then of Hong Kong, China on our screens. And again, there's a number of athletes here in this rowing club together. Coaches behind each of them as well, encouraging them on. So good to see the participation here from Hong Kong, China. Still Ilanka Bowalda of New Zealand leading out the women's. She's still holding that 29:30 strokes per minute split of between kind of 2:05 and 2:10. And then Tam Man Wai of Hong Kong, China, then in that second position currently in the women's.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye as they come in towards the final few hundred meters, but we are coming to the crunch stage here now in our leaders pack, and it is going to be in the men's side, this open power exhibition race. Another win for Abdullah Al Hay after last weekend's success in the 500-meter race. He will take it once again over 2,000 meters in this open category. But look at this, just 4 meters, 3 meters separating second position between the USA and Hungary, between Hauser and Laszlo. Who's going to make it there first? I think that the initiative certainly here with Hauser of the USA, the split times coming down. He's at 42 strokes a minute, just holding that lead ahead of the Hungarian athletes. And there you go, 0.7 of a second separating them to the line in this opportunity to race worldwide. And still a number of athletes competing here in this event, and I think we've probably got, oh gosh, maybe 10 or so still to conclude here on the men's side. Both of our para women coming in towards the final 300 or so meters now, and great to see that everyone's still pushing on as we come in towards the finish.
It was a great race strategy there that we saw from Matthew Hauser, as we were talking about his like slow, controlled recovery throughout that middle part of that race, sitting around the 30 strokes per minute, and then he was able to up it. So that's, you know, that's something that every athlete can kind of take on board, that he had enough then to go up to 42. He still looked very much in control up at the 42, 43 strokes per minute, but that did allow him to get into that second position and hang out there in this exhibition race. So there we have Ayman Hamadi of Egypt coming in that fourth position, 7:53.1, followed in by Ali Fadhil Hamza Kafiji of Iraq, 7:40.54, my apologies. Next few competitors coming in, and then final 150 meters in the women's power race.
Yeah, you can see the animation from the spectators behind the team here in Hong Kong, China, looking like they were waiting with bated breath for the finish line of that one. And Xu Xing Lung there, just having finished 2 kilometers of pretty intense racing. Photos are coming out for the Times, I'm sure, to record that for future use, for training, and to sort of get a benchmark, I guess, on what may come next. But here are some recaps, some replays of that fantastic race that we had that got underway. And just, yeah, as I say, the beauty of this open exhibition race is that it allows for, you know, a variety of athletes, regardless of their impairment, to have a go and ensure that they can, you know, demonstrate on the world stage that rowing is for everyone.
It definitely is, Camilla. And yeah, just really great performances all around, and just everyone again has the opportunity to race. And I mentioned earlier the democratic aspect of rowing. All you need is a rowing machine, and you can compete in any category, no matter your age or ability level. You have the opportunity to compete. And we mentioned we also have, of course, the virtual sprints coming up in March. So if you're watching this thinking, hey, I would love to give myself the opportunity, and maybe the 2,000 meter is something you don't want to bite off just yet, you could do the 1,000 meter virtual sprints. So as we prepare ourselves for the 5 remaining races, of course, the grand finals in our para category, and then of course the lightweight men and women and open men and women, we have seen a couple of false starts today. So Neve, I'm curious, as we look at the delays that result from a false start, for these athletes, would you prefer a false start before a 2,000 meter race, before a 500? I think if it was me, I'd prefer the 2,000. Just curious to get your take on it.
Yeah, you're probably right, because you just have a little bit more time to kind of reset and get yourself back on point throughout the 2,000 meter race. But I think it's just about being flexible in terms of your training and your race strategy, because it can happen. You know, we see it across the years. It always can happen. So you need to nearly prepare for that. And I think it's something that maybe not a lot of athletes would think about. It's similar to the transitions in the relays. It's something you have to practice. I'm not saying you practice a false start, but practice, just getting that mindset right. What will I do if that does happen? Do I get really angry and go into my fight or flight response, which is going to affect my racing? Or can I stay calm? Do I, if a false start does come, do I stay on the erg? Do I get up and walk around? And actually coming up with a little bit of a strategy for that could really help.
Well, that's interesting. So, Camilla, in terms of that strategy, is that something that a coach, again, you're not setting up a false start, but perhaps you're ready, training piece, ready, set, go, and then stopping it 3 seconds in to just kind of get that muscle memory of what that experience would feel like if it does happen in competition?
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of clubs will run these kind of races inter club, or even on a sort of, they might go to a national race. And yeah, you can mechanically set that up, but also visualization, I think, is great for this sort of thing as well, right? Like a lot of athletes do, practicing, talking through what would happen, picturing it, being able to run through the motions as and when you might need to pull it out of your toolkit.
Awesome. Well, thanks to you both. Before we get to some more race action, we had the opportunity to speak to some of our winners from our relay races earlier in the day. Let's take a look at those.
Crazy. Very hard. And very beautiful. And very beautiful. It's the best, most difficult. It's very high level.
That's the highest level of the competition, and it's a great honor to participate in such a great competition.
Hello! That was very good. Clearly, our team's best effort, what we have done. We have practiced this a lot during the winter, and the whole team has gathered to the same place from all over Finland, and now our training paid off.
Well, that would have been the perfect opportunity for the disco lights there. We saw the darkness falling on the Finland teams there, but it's, again, just impressive the capacity of these athletes being able to give an interview so shortly after putting themselves through that 2,000-meter relay race. Okay, we're going to pivot to our next 2,000-meter final. This is the final for the women and men's para competition. So para 1, 2, and 3 as we take a look at the start list. So Camilla, you did this last week. If you can just kind of remind everyone of the differences of the different para categories that we have competing in this 2,000-meter race.
Yeah, of course. We're going to see 3 categories that we usually see on the international stage, like you would see at the Paralympic Games in rowing, and 1 further category, the PR3II, which is the category you can see there that athlete Klosser is going to be representing here on screen. So to talk you through what that means, the number that you have, so whether that's PR1, PR2, or PR3, is essentially representative of the impairment that you have to, in line with the rowing stroke. So PR1 is the most restrictive. That means that you have less use of the function of your trunk, of your legs in relation to rowing. And then as you go through the categories, so PR2, you have more use and function of your trunk in relation to the rowing stroke, but you use a fixed seat. And you'll see that here with athletes that have those fixed seats or those strappings across their legs. And then finally, you'll get those PR3 athletes, which is full use of the seat, full use of your trunk and of your arms, but perhaps an impairment that influences the way that you take a rowing stroke in another dimension. So for instance, a sight impairment or so on or so forth. So there's many different ways that you can classify. Obviously, all of these athletes will have gone through the classification process to ensure that they are rowing in the correct category in relation to the amount of movement that they've got in able to putting out power in relation to the rowing stroke. You can see there the PR1 men's category, Frank Oberdorf, and again another PR1 men's there, David Zelenberg, who we've seen on the on-water rowing representing the Netherlands, but they will be rowing using a fixed seat and minimal use of their trunks. So that is the most impaired category that we have running all the way through to our PR3 categories. And just coming finally to wrap up with the PR3II category, that means an intellectual impairment. So that's the classification rundown here of the para rowing out here on offer at the World Rowing Indoor Championships.
Thank you very much, Camilla, for that as the athletes prepare to begin this race. 2,000 meters. Niamh, take it away.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, rowers now getting that mention on the monitor in front of them to stop rowing. So that we want to make sure that it's fair for everyone, so that the ergs have come to a complete stop. So that's what they're seeing on their monitors right now. And it's these last few seconds where they take those last few strokes and sit ready. And we're off, and again we're getting a glimpse of the rowing clubs, the homes, the gyms that all these athletes are in, and it's great to hear from them and to get the sounds and the atmospheres like we're right there with them in a stadium. So nice start across the board from all athletes already. A massive start from Marco Frank of Italy in the men's PR3, winner of the 500 meters last year, 500 meters last weekend and a Paralympian last year. Big start from him already, Camilla.
Yeah, big step already, like you say, putting down the marker here. And as we rattle through, taking a quick look at each of our athletes in turn, representing here in the PR1 men's race, we'll see a number of different stroke ratings. David Zabelenberg there up at 44 strokes a minute as he tries to maintain that third place position that he's come off the bat with. And great to see him back after those medals at the World's and European Indoor Championships in turn last year, like you say. But Thomas Navecchi there, as we just jump through each of these different countries. Essa Al-Rashidi of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, currently in 6th place at the moment, but very limited movement of the trunk. You can see just using arms to propel the rowing machine chain and handle back in towards the body. So we'll go through each of these classifications. Here we are in Denmark now with these athletes that are competing in the PR2 and PR1 categories. And finally to Turkey, where our PR2 men's third place holder at the moment, Igit Dogan-Kan Bozkurt, starts to move the chain and move the handle with a huge body swing. Neve there, you can see brilliant propulsion that he's got to keep him in third place and moving in on second.
Yeah, this is the great thing about rowing, that it can be adapted to the ability of the person. So we're seeing, big lean forward here from Josef Dukan of Czechia, big lie back in the former rower, so it depends obviously on their ability, how their body can move, but the sport is so adaptive that it can, even we saw in the last race, in the exhibition race, a rower with one arm being able to row. So it is incredibly inclusive and versatile. Just a note on the medals, obviously it depends on how many people are in each category, how many medals will be given out. There are 6 competitors in the men's PR1, so there will be 3 medals given out. In the men's PR2 we have 5 competitors, so again 3 medals given out. In the men's PR3, because there's only 3 competitors, there'll be just the gold and the silver given out. In the men's PR3 II, 2 competitors, so only 1, so only the gold given out at the moment. That is Sebastian Stewart of Germany in that position. And then in the women's PR3 II, there are 3 competitors, so again gold and silver medals up for grabs in that category.
Yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye with those ones where there's only 1 or 2 medals up for grabs as opposed to the full podium, and we'll keep giving you those rundowns as and when the leaderboards come up, and all the different colours of all the different boats represent each one of those categories, so they're nice and easy to keep a track of. Here's the PR3 men up on screen at the moment. We saw our race leader Marco Frank dialing in from Italy just a couple of screens ago, but not the battle of the Frenchmen here for the second place between Hugo Barbotin and Florian Canole in the second and third spaces, separated by just 2 meters, 3 meters at an absolute maximum. So it's all about keeping calm here. 750 meters to go. We're well through halfway, and they're going to start to be thinking now about that sprint to the finish, all of these athletes. Here's Sebastian Stewart. You mentioned him earlier, Neve, going for that 1 gold medal here in the PR3 II event. But great to see him having raced not only here with rowing at the World Rowing Indoor Championships, but also a competitor at the Special Olympics as well, competing across the rowing events, and an advocate. He lives with Asperger's syndrome, and so he's found that rowing gives him a sense of belonging through the years. So great to see him leading out this category here, ahead of Julio Teixeira of Portugal. But we've still got a few of the women's categories as well to roll through. Plenty of competitors across each of the categories as we move into the final 500 metres. And a name that I can see a little bit further down the list is Sylvia Pilar-Stepart, the 57-year-old German who was an absolute linchpin of the German para-rowing team through the Paralympic cycles for many years on the trot. And great to see her rowing here virtually at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. I'm sure we'll catch up with her in just a few moments' time. But into the final 500 metres now for the para men, and wow, a big lead for Marco Frank overall in that PR3 category. But Frank Oberdorf leading the PR1s, and then from Czechia, it's athlete Josef Dukan leading PR2, Neve.
Yeah, and you mentioned there Sylvia Pilar-Stepart of Germany setting a world record yesterday in the PR 155 to 59 category in a time of 8:42.9. So already we saw a couple of world records being set yesterday. I'm hoping there'll be a few more set throughout the evening here as we get into the rest of the grand finals as well. Marco Frank, as you mentioned, the PR3 here into his last 100 meters or so. Lovely steady rate of 32-33 strokes per minute throughout, starting to up it a little bit now, has a split down to 1:32. He's the leader across the whole board here now. Of course, a gold and silver medal up for grabs in that category. Then in the men's PR1, Frank Oberdorf of France still leading it out again, a 90 ahead of David Zeelenberg of Netherlands and Michelle Biles of Australia. That is Marco Frank now finished. We can see him on our screens there, the left-hand camera celebrating. That's 2 goals, 1 goal last week in the 500 meters, gold this week in the 2000 meters, and coming in to take the silver medal now in that category, Hugo Barbotin of France, who was unlucky to miss out on a medal last weekend, he finished 4th in the 500 meters.
Oh, well, great to see that he stepped on after that 4th last weekend. Barbotin of France getting a silver here in the PR3 category over the longer distance of 2,000 metres. We've had our next gold medalist now across the line unofficially, of course, Sebastian Schurz of Germany, 6:54.7 his leading time, and Josef Dukan of Czechia just about to take the final stroke to see him provisionally get that gold medal in the PR2 category. Finally, the PR1 leader already closing in on the line. Absolutely fantastic stuff here from Frenchman Frank Oberdorf, who sets a time of 7:24.9. Absolutely amazing stuff. And then a close race for the silver medal across both PR2 and PR1 here, between Bozkurt and Schmidt in the PR2, with Bozkurt of Turkey just taking silver. And then in the PR1 race, well, it's the Australian Mitchell Bales that still holds about 20 metres, maybe just under, ahead of David Zeelenberg of the Netherlands. But both silver and bronze up for grabs there in the PR1 categories as we watch them come in towards the line. Both will stand on the podium as the victorious medalists here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. So as we move now, the final of our women's contenders coming in. Sylvia Pilar-Stepart still closing in here. She's pulling a 2:14 up at 50 strokes a minute as we take the final 20 strokes or so. Same with Anne Christian Closer.
Yes, and we can confirm there Marco Frank, who won out there the PR3 setting. He set a world record in the qualifiers for this championships in the men's 40 to 49 PR3 category, and he just smashed that again today. So beat his own world record in a time of 6:19.3, so 0.8 of a second there off the world record he set in the qualifiers. But final few competitors now coming in to the final here now. Final few strokes, 160 meters left here for Jens Billund of Denmark. And we have Essa Al-Radhishi of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. 500 meters to go here now. You'd mentioned there Sebastian Stewart of Germany, who led out and won his category, the men's PR3. And it was great to see there that he transitioned from rowing, and I think he when his category was taken out of the Special Olympics, that he moved into actually sports reporting about not only rowing but all inclusion sports, and he's even touched into coastal rowing as well and has been able to compete in that over the last year as well. So rowing across the board is just so versatile, I think, Camilla.
Yeah, it really is. And I think these last two events have absolutely shown that. And big round of applause there for Jens Bieler Lind in Denmark, who finishes in the PR1 men's category. We do have one final athlete still taking on the 2,000 metres. It is a long old stretch. And like we've already said, Essa Al-Rashidi, who is arms only, taking these strokes in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He's up at 52 strokes a minute. And it is quite something to sort of just be only having your arms to propel you forwards in this in the rowing stroke, but deliberately and decisively taking these strokes to get him towards the line. And as I say, 2,000 meters, it's a long slog for all of these athletes competing here this weekend. Certainly a big step on from the 500 meters we saw last weekend, and a very different challenge indeed.
Yes, absolutely. He's coming into his final 250 meters. And of course, that upper body strength that is taking to row each of those strokes. He's up at 52 strokes per minute, and we're seeing some highlights from across the different races here. But it takes a lot of upper body strength there, even not just arms and shoulders, but the core as well has to be so strong. And we can see that there from Essa Al-Rashidi. So coming in now to his final 180 meters, but we're seeing all the different types of strokes being taken here throughout the race. Watching the highlights there, Sebastian Stewart there, the sports reporter. Final 150 meters to go here now.
Camilla, you mentioned Marco Frank, who set the world record, and he was able to pull off the double. Of course, he won the 500 meter in the PR3 last weekend and the 2000 today. How rare is that, to be able to have that capacity, to have the power and speed for the 500 and then the power, speed and endurance to pick up gold medals in both of those races?
Look, as an athlete, when I was racing, I certainly found it challenging. The longer the distance got for me, I was far more of a power athlete. Give me anything sort of 500 meters, 250 meters. I'd absolutely love that. And then as we move through beyond 2,000 meters, up to the 5,000 meters, the sort of graph didn't weigh in my favor. And so it is really difficult, I think, to be dominant at both categories, at both the 500 and the 2000. I think that it is just about doable, right? In the sense that they are not so far apart in distance that you need totally different body composition and skills to be able to do that. But as those distances move further and further apart, it does require a very different physiology to be successful at both.
And here's a look at the results from those races there. And Neve, what do you think would be easier, I guess, to go from 500 specialist and add in the 2000, or have that 2000 specialty and then bring in the 500?
They're very different. Like it's the big, strong power athletes are really good at 500. And so to make the transition up to 2000, it takes a lot of long slogs on the erg, that long endurance zone 2 sort of work, which is different to how you would prepare for the 500 meters. I suppose like the preparation for both, athletes need to be spending a lot of time doing that aerobic training. And it's maybe something that the 500 meter athletes could spend more time doing, particularly like in the off season, because when they build that aerobic base, then obviously their peak can go much higher, and they can actually, once they start adding in the strength and power and speed work, they can become much better when they have that wider base.
Well, thanks to you both. We just rolled through the results lists from each category from that race. Before we get back to the grand final action, I want to bring in a special guest, former Olympic gold medalist and a member of the Indoor Rowing Commission, Eric Murray. Eric, thank you very much for joining us once again. Looks like daybreak has just broken behind you. Of course, you're in New Zealand joining us. Amazing coverage thus far. Of course, we had the 500 last weekend, the 2,000. Curious to get your take on this. What have these athletes been doing the past 6 days from their races last Sunday to starting the competition again yesterday?
Well, these 6 days is a long time. I think when we look historically at what athletes are mainly doing, having to race day after day is very difficult, or having to race multiple times in one day. But most athletes at this level will have, I guess, the caliber to be able to switch between that sprinting and that endurance. But obviously, we'll see a whole lot of different names here today than we did last week, because, that sprinting for that 500 is quite specialist. Whereas this 2,000 metre, having to do a semi-final and then back up another one is going to be quite tough for the athletes. But, waking up this morning and having a look at the time gaps that we've got for these qualifiers, 5 seconds for the men and 4 seconds between the top 20 and the women, like, mate, this is going to be great.
It is, and we've talked about those margins throughout the day today, just how tight they are, even with a race that is 5 to 6 minutes long. So you mentioned in your mind, do you think if we just had one race today, it was just the final like we've had in previous years at the Indoor Rowing World Rowing Indoor Championship, and here we have competing 3 times over 2 days, do you think those finalists, the top 3, will be different, or is it going to be the same? Is this cluster of racing over 2 days, is that going to change up the list that you would see with just one race?
I think it will, because it's, you have to think about what you're doing, because, obviously when you're trying to qualify for a final, you don't have to be going full out all the time, but then at the same time, you have to be doing enough to get you to a certain point. So in your head, it's quite tactical to be, am I doing enough that I'm going to be in the list, or, do I need to push it just a little bit further so that I'm comfortable in the list? But then what does that do? Because having at that level is definitely going to take a lot of energy, and so the tactics and the fitness that's involved, and also, do you recover well? Did you not sleep well last night? Just all of those little things can have such a big impact on your performance when it comes to the final.
And of course, we have you and I last year in Prague. We're 10 feet away from Ward Lemelin as he tried to break that 2,000 meter world record. In your estimation, again, 540, that's that magic number. How many of these athletes do you think will be able to get underneath that 540 mark, taking into account already 2,000 meter races over the past 2 days?
I don't think so. I'd love to see it. I love seeing people perform with excellence, and I just think the fact that they've already raced reasonably hard. There were some very fast times in qualifying, and then obviously the semi-finals were a little bit sedentary. But I would love to see it, because I think we've seen in the last sort of, I guess, 5 to 10 years, we've seen such a growth in the speed that we're getting from our athletes on the 2,000 meters. Historically, there were milestones that people were struggling to get through, the ceiling that they thought was impossible to break. And now we're looking at, going sub 540s as sort of, if you want to be the top people in the world, then that becomes the mark. And so if you're training to do it and you want to be the top person in the world, then that's just your benchmark you've got to strive for.
It's like Roger Bannister in the 4-minute mile. Once that's broken, it shows everyone else that they can do the same. So that's something important to remember. This is not in a vacuum, of course. This is 3 races over 2 days. We have to keep that in mind as we see these competitors prepare for the grand finals coming up shortly. Eric, thank you very much. Enjoy the competition. Hopefully our paths cross again.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, thank you very much. Back to the racing in just a minute, but first this message from Concept2.
rowing is more than just numbers. It's making friends while working out. It's having fun and getting strong, stroke by stroke. The EXA app has it all. Share your passion with a worldwide community. Explore mesmerizing locations. And push your limits with training plans. Indoor rowing has never been easier. The world is your workout. Start rowing it.
Okay, 4 grand finals remaining. And of course, the athletes have had a chance to rest and recover as much as they could as they prepare for their third race over 2 days of competition. Let's bring in the 2 members of the commentary team, Camilla Hadlin-Harricks, Neve Hayes. Thank you, ladies, once again for joining me. Lightweight women to kick things off. And I think, Camilla, Eric made a great point of we're not looking at this in a vacuum. This is not, well, will we see world records set? It's the culmination of work that these athletes have put in over the past 2 days. That could be a separator in this podium spots for this lightweight women's final.
100%, Mike. I think that there will be some athletes here in this top 20. You know, we saw that great sprint from Zakaria, who qualified 20th here from Malaysia on that starting list, who might have, their aim might have been to make the final, and they've put in a huge performance in the semi-final just to achieve a top 20 spot. But others may have aspirations to be medalists, and their strategy, of course, will have taken that into account through both their continental races yesterday. And speaking of continents, there is the spread of athletes we've got here in the final, but also to get them into the position to get into the best space of their weekend here on finals day. So here we go. Looks like lots of athletes already up in the sprinting stages, getting nice and lively in this final of the lightweight women's 2,000 meters. We're already 150 meters in here, and it's the Portuguese athlete Neve Bruna Parente that is leading the charge here for the medals.
Yeah, it's no real surprise that she's up there right now. She was second earlier in the semi-final. She was second yesterday in the continental knockouts. We knew she was going to have a strong performance. It's about whether she can sustain that now. The one athlete currently sitting in second position, Martina Rados of Poland, she's one that I'm going to be watching very closely, I think, because I was watching her in the semi-final. She did finish fifth, but she had such, there was so much control about her. She was down around 28 strokes for the whole thing, looked so comfortable, and it looked like she was holding back very much so. She finished first yesterday in the continental knockout heats. Olympian, of course, finished 9th last year in Paris in the lightweight women's double, so she's definitely one who I think was holding back on us over the last couple of days. Rafa Dane of Egypt, currently in third position. She was fastest earlier in the semi-finals. I'm not sure, did she give too much earlier, and will she be able to hang on here now? I love her story though. She's a on the water rower, like a flat water rower, but she didn't have access to water equipment, so took to the erg back in between 2015 and 2022 and did all her training on a row erg, and here she is now smashing out medals at the different world rowing indoor championships over the years. So she's currently sitting in third position, and you can really see here, Camilla, first, second and third really starting to pull away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, they are, but not much to choose between themselves. So hopefully we'll get a great race still between the colour of medals here in this lightweight women's final. There is Sarita Christina Hansen. We've talked about her pedigree in the semi-final, a multiple world rowing indoor champion, 7 times to be exact, and a 9-time European indoor rowing champion. But 5th place at the moment, some mountain to climb to get herself onto the podium, but all still possible if she can negative split and sprint her way onto the podium. We're not even halfway yet, and these athletes out in front, they could be spending their coins too early. It is such a common mistake here, especially with a couple of races in the legs, Neve. If Parente, if Arafa have gone out too hard too early, we could see a sort of payment for that later on. But as it stands at the moment, level pegging for the silver medal behind Radosz, the Olympian from Poland.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, the problem with the back-to-back racing as such. It's the legs are the things that are going to hurt probably a bit quicker than they usually would if it was a standalone 2,000 meters. So you really have to strike that balance, of going out hard and being able to sustain that throughout the race, or else, try and save the legs a little bit so that you have that kick at the end. This is incredible though. Like we saw Martina Rados at 28 strokes per minute earlier. She's had halfway and she's sustaining 34, 35 strokes per minute. So it looks like everything she did over the last couple of days have served her well. And she, of course, being a flat water rower, I'm not sure, maybe do they have an advantage that they'd be used to those 2,000 meters, particularly back day after day when they're at a championships, compared to maybe amateur rowers or people who are coming from fitness backgrounds, maybe don't have that racing experience day after day like flat water rowers would have.
Yeah, you're right, and you heard Elizabeth Gilmore talking about that earlier about on-water rowers being used to a progression system of multiple races in a day, and same with Eric Murray, right? Racing at the Olympics, you're used to having a 2K race back to back every single day, and sometimes 2 races in one day. So you're absolutely right, Niamh. But back to the action here. Well, a little bit of a shakeout. We did see it was absolutely stroke for stroke between Arafa and Parente, but Arafa has said no, thank you. Doesn't want to be caught up in a race, and has managed to push out 5 meters between herself and the athlete from Portugal. She's maintaining 33 strokes a minute, as is Parente in bronze medal position, but just one split to the better at 151 ahead of 152s being pulled here by Parente. But look at this from Rados. She's at a 149 at the moment. A brilliant split to be holding in this lightweight category. And I think that if this continues, Niamh, we'll expect to see a time of around 7:16, 7:15 from her, and if she can sprint at either end, that will be even closer to that 7:10 goal that she's got here in mind for this World Rowing Indoor Championships. But into the final 600 metres now, the podium places growing ever clearer of the rest of the pack, but can Parente put on a fiery sprint here in the final 500 to change the colour?
Yeah, let's see. She does have a bit of work ahead of her for the last 500 meters. Rafa did do a lot of work earlier in the semi-finals to get into first position. So maybe did she use too much energy, and was Bruna Parente of Portugal holding back slightly? She has it down to 9 meters now with 400 meters to go. Let's see if she can do anything special here now, but I'm not sure there'll be any catching Martina Rados of Poland here, just leading it out. She has 14 meters of a lead here now. She's holding on tightly to that 150 split, just getting down to 149 now. Let's see if she has a little bit of a kick now. We're seeing 300 meters to go here now, but it looks like Arafa there is just starting to open it up slightly ahead of Parente of Portugal. Sarita Christina Hansen, 7-time world champion. She's just sitting outside those medals in that 4th position. Margit Varma of Estonia in 5th. It's pretty close in down the line. Amy Phillips, Corian Preens, Melanie Lucat, Linda Bredel, they're all quite close there. And of course, Justine Reston at 55 years old, competing with a lot of these young athletes. But there is, again, 9 meters separating 2nd and 3rd position now. Not sure there's enough space here, Camilla.
Yeah, not sure there's enough space in this final sprint here, but we have seen some surprise sprints, and look, Arafa is starting to dwindle. Look at that split, 152. It's rising just as the split from Parente is coming down once again. 146. That gap is closing. I think Parente, the 22-year-old from Portugal, is going to time this perhaps just right if she can get it on the line. She's down at 145s, 10 seconds to the better of Arafa, who has just really struggled with this final 100 meters, and indeed Parente is going to time it to perfection to get the silver medal here, but also win her age category in that 20 to 22 category, 21 to 22 category for lightweight women. Brilliant stuff there, absolutely sensational execution of a race plan to get 2nd place overall, and then Rafa will take a bronze, much like she did in last weekend's 500 meters. The remainder of the crews now coming in some great times, to reach it here, the World Rowing Indoor Championship final, to be coming in under 750 in this lightweight women's race was clearly the line that needed to be drawn. But final few athletes now rounding out this race, and wow, kept us on our toes right to the end there, Niamh.
Yeah, executed brilliantly there by Parente of Portugal. Maybe, yes, holding back earlier did serve her well there, just because she had particularly those last 20 strokes there, taking a second position from Rafa, who I think worked a little bit harder earlier in the semi-final. But great race there by Martina Rados of Poland there, 7:10.8. So her target was 7:10, so she got there. Great race there across the board.
A 5-second victory for Martina there. The outcome never really in doubt. Pretty much a wire-to-wire victory. But Parente must have an impeccable sense of internal timing, Camilla. You mentioned that she timed it perfectly. 0.4 of a second. That is very, very impressive that she was able to close the gap. Again, time that race perfectly. And that becomes a big part of it with the 500s, of course. Last weekend, that's really power, speed, the technique, the gamesmanship becomes more of a factor when you extend the distance out to 2K like we saw here. So there's, again, Martina 5-second victory, but very tight between second and third. So it's the, again, that technique, that gamesmanship that definitely becomes a factor once we hit the 2,000 meters.
Yeah, it does. And 30 seconds faster than her semi-final performance, more than 30 seconds faster than her semi-final performance for Radosh, the athlete, as we've both said, an Olympian, so experienced, knows exactly how to strategize that right, having had years and years worth of on-water rowing experience as well as indoor. But yeah, to go from 30 seconds back to being able to know and have the confidence you can put in a performance that will get you that target time of 7:10, really good stuff from Martina Radosh to secure the gold there.
Peaking for that final. So, Neve, in your estimation, what was that preparation over the past month for Martina to be able to put forth 3 performances over the 2 days like that, just getting better and faster as she made it toward the final and emerges on top of the podium?
Yeah, we mentioned it during the race there that I suppose it is an advantage that maybe flat water rowers would have, where they're used to those 2,000 meters back to back across, maybe multiple times a day or across a few days. So being an Olympian, she's well used to that sort of racing. And obviously being a lightweight, and she was lightweight at the Olympics, she would have been well used to knowing what she needed to do to be at that weight target of 61.5 kilos. So, having that experience compared to maybe non-rowers or those fitness enthusiasts who don't have that racing background, I think that probably stood to her this weekend.
The pedigree shone through. We'll get to the lightweight men coming up in just a moment, but we actually had a chance to catch up with the winner of the PR3 category, Marco Frank, who did the double 500-meter gold medal last week, 2,000-meter gold medal this week, and here's his reaction to completing that clean sweep.
New world record. And for the physical, is the new world record. Physical impairment.
Well, that is blazing speed, a 6:19 he was able to pull off, again, after capturing the gold medal in the 500-meter last weekend. That's a capacity that is very, very impressive. As we move toward our next final, the lightweight men, and again, we're seeing the margins very, very close, and it is that strategy, that knowing how much to push during the knockout stage yesterday, the semifinal earlier today, and having a little bit left in the tank for the final, setting yourself up for the best opportunity to emerge victorious. So Camilla, if you could maybe just kind of handicap the race that we have coming up based on what we just saw from Martina, that experience on the open water, who do you see being able to put forth a performance like what we just saw in this lightweight men's race?
Well, it's funny because we almost have an exact blueprint of the type of athletes racing here in this lightweight men's race, as we just saw in the lightweight women's race, in that we've got Afonso Duarte Costa, who is one of the experienced international flat water racers in the lightweight men's double, not fresh off the back of the Olympics. Unfortunately, didn't quite manage to qualify that boat for Team Portugal, but still experienced at racing at the World Cups, the World Championships over the years, and so on paper, through the heats and through the qualifiers, certainly was the one to watch. But with a time of 6:33 through the semi-final, if we apply that now here to this race, like we just saw with Martino Rados in the lightweight women's race, if we can expect him to be even 20 seconds faster, we're looking for a time around about 6:10. So very quick for a lightweight men's race, and I think probably somebody that we need to watch, despite finishing a little bit further down the order. But we knew that he was strategizing, trying to get that pacing right through the semi, Mike.
In terms of the fuel necessary need from the semi-final to the final, what do you think these athletes did consume during their break to get ready for this?
Yeah, it probably would have been all about the hydration, rehydration, and carbs, simple carbs. Like they would have been staying away if they, were told about it. Stay away from kind of fats because that will slow digestion. That's not what you want with that short recovery. So simple carbs, whether that's in terms of a recovery drink or something simple, like jellies. You wouldn't want to have a big meal really. Now also, these lightweights, the strategy is that if they were, unsure if they'd make the target, then they would have had to limit food in the lead up to the weigh-in, possibly yesterday and possibly today again, and limit hydration. So obviously in that recovery time, it was about trying to rehydrate yourself as much as you can and fuel up. Because as being a very former lightweight rower myself, in Paris in 2020, I really had to take that into consideration. And right up to that weigh-in point, I was unsure whether I'd make it or not. And so you're going in pretty dehydrated and under-fueled into some of the races.
Well, the flywheels have stopped. The action's about to begin. Camilla?
Thank you, Mike. Here we go. Another set of medals to be awarded here in the next 6.5 minutes time. Everyone's been told to stop rowing, and we'll find out who will be victorious this time around at the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships for the lightweight men. And as we know, different this time around, all of our categories racing together here, but a top 20 nonetheless. And I think in terms of keeping eyes on a few different athletes, I think we've got Gonzalez Alvarez to keep tracks of. We've also got Alfonso Duarte Costa, as we've already mentioned. Luca Britton of Germany, another one that I think will feature quite heavily, and he's gone out of the blocks really quite quickly, Niamh, here to try and set down a marker in the opening 500 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. Like 30 seconds in, and a lot of them are still up around the 40 strokes per minute. Around this point now, they would want to be settling. I would say it would be very hard to keep that 39-40 strokes per minute going for very long, but a few of them are up there, 38-39 strokes per minute. Alfonso Duarte Costa, Portugal, mentioned him lots. He's 300 meters in, keeping up at 38 strokes per minute. Behind him, Damian Alonso of Spain up at 40 strokes per minute. He's now starting to reduce it slightly. He's probably trying to stay within touching distance of Alfonso, because you don't want to let him get too far ahead of you at this stage. He is dropping now that rate down to 35. Still up at 38-39 is Damian Alonso. Luca Britton there dropping to 35. Second and third going back and forth between the two of them, Luca and Damian. But look at this from Alfonso Duarte Costa of Portugal, powering it out. 11 meters of a lead already, with just over a quarter of the race gone.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from him. And in terms of the time that would spit him out, if he was to keep this average right now, we're looking at a finishing time of around about 6:12. So that would be pretty electric stuff here if Duarte Costa can keep that up. I know you were talking about the athlete from Spain, Damian Alonso. His target time 6:30. So a bit of a surprise to see him all the way up there. I think he's calmed it down a little bit and will need to continue to calm it down a little bit to settle onto pace and not exhaust himself if he knows to row within his limits. But yeah, Duarte Costa is creating quite the buffer, almost 20 meters back to Luca Britton, the 19-year-old from Germany, who was the national indoor champion for Germany in the under-17 lightweight men in 2021. So a rowing pedigree, a rowing history nationally for Germany, but can he replicate it here again against all of the other age categories on the world stage. It's looking pretty good for him at the moment. But back to the Portuguese leader. He's aiming for a time of his qualification time was 6:06.7 and aiming for a 6:04. So maybe, Niamh, we'll see that sort of elusive negative splitting coming from him into this second half of the course.
Yeah, we're just coming up to halfway now, so we'll see some of the, some athletes will stay similar for that third 500. Others will either start to up it, or they might even reduce the pace a little bit just to keep some more in their legs. To be honest, that third 500, that's probably mentally the hardest one to get through. The first 500, you're just concentrating on getting out of the blocks. The second 500, it's all about that pacing. The third 500, there's still a lot left to go in the race, so mentally it's the toughest one. So really it's about going in with a plan and trying to stick to it and not getting carried away by maybe the atmosphere, the people around you, and just sticking with that race plan, particularly for that third 500. But Afonso Duarte Costa there of Portugal, very lucky rowing club. We saw it a couple of times already. There was a silver medal win to the lightweight women earlier, but still powering it out here. 700 meters to go, over 30 meters of a lead, staying at that very quick, snappy 37-38 strokes per minute, keeping it well under the 135 split. And then just it's second and third position. I think we might see a finish similar to the last race. We'll see if Luca Britton of Germany has enough left in his legs. He's just 3 meters, 4 meters separating him, and João Santos of Portugal, who is currently in second.
Yeah, it could be a party in Portugal if João Santos can hang on here to second place. A Portugal 1-2 between himself and Duarte Costa would be quite something. But Luca Britton is lingering there, just 5 meters the deficit in bronze medal position. And if he's got anything left to go, he'll be able to see the name of Santos on his screen 5 meters ahead. And Luca Britton is there, one in from the left-hand side of your picture. He's almost about 40 strokes a minute, 136s. He's not quite matching Santos of Portugal on the split, but he's going to need to go sub 135 if he's got any chance of the overtake to claim that silver medal. But in fact, it's going in the opposite direction for the German as he goes up to 43 strokes a minute. He can't quite break that 135 and is moving further and further back on that chase for silver. But our gold medalist is almost untouchable here as 200 meters to go. Afonso Duarte Costa is at 130s. That negative split that we talked about, Niamh, coming to fruition here. He absolutely knew that he could save this for the final 20 strokes or so, and look at that effort, the grimace on his face as he takes these final few strokes. It is absolutely excruciating here for our leader, who is going for that time, 45 strokes a minute, about 10 strokes to go here, and he really wants it. It's been 2Ks for him today, but he's going to finalise it with a victory here in the lightweight men's race. But what is the time going to be for him? 6:08.6, just shy of that target that he set himself of 6:04. But with 2K down, Niamh, you know what? It was a pretty good finish. I've just noticed there the bronze medal switched around at the last minute. Luca Britton missing out just to the Spanish athlete there. What a sprint finish from him to claim that bronze medal.
Yeah, that was a brilliant sprint from him. That's what the 2Ks within a couple of hours will do to you. Luca Britton, he was trying to up the rate. He was up to 42, 43, but the split was just not coming down, and that just goes to show that the legs were tired, the legs were hurting here. So just missing out on a medal here. A lot of recovery happening here. Mikulafkot on the ground here. This is the effort that goes into these 2K races. If you leave it all out there, you will just collapse onto the floor like this. But everyone finishing there. Manuel Pita there, 20th position, 6:43.7.
Yeah, and one thing to also note, Neve, I just saw him flash up on the screen there, but Jesus Gonzalez Alvarez of Spain, we've got another world record on our hands. This is for the lightweight men's 50 to 54. Brilliant from him, the Athens Olympian from Spain, a 4-time world rowing indoor champion, and now another world record holder. The previous time, 6:25, he's beaten that by a few points of a second. Mike, what a way to finish that lightweight men's race.
It really was, and I think we're really seeing the preparation and the rest and recovery and being able to peak your training for these 3 races in 2 days. We saw in the lightweight women's race a 5-second victory, and what we just saw there, Costa, 11-second difference between first and second, which was the same duration between second and 10th, to give you an idea of just an absolute dominating performance by Costa. Again, 11-second victory over second place and 11 seconds between second and 10th. So it really just shows you just that endurance need, that ability to be able to put high level performances and stack them back to back from yesterday and then to today. You can really see those athletes kind of separating themselves, Neve, that may not have been able to separate themselves as much if it was just one race for all the marbles. We're seeing, you add in the layer of 3 races in 2 days, you see separation like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And, something like this, you can't just wing it. We've spoken about it many times. You really do have to practice that back-to-back racing. And we mentioned that the flatwater rowers would have a lot of practice on the water at competitions, that sort of race format. So I think it's just about everyone else, the amateur rowers, the coastal rowers who wouldn't really have that sort of racing, and the gym enthusiasts to start, preparing a little bit more and doing more of those back-to-back racing as part of their training.
Well, the speed is continuing to build. We saw, of course, the women's lightweight time, the men's lightweight time started to separate from there as well. We have the open women and open men to close off our competition of 2,000 meter grand finals. Before we get to our 2 final races, one last message from Concept2.
Indoor rowing is more than just numbers. It's making friends while working out. It's having fun and getting strong, stroke by stroke. The EXA app has it all. Share your passion with a worldwide community. Explore mesmerizing locations. And push your limits with training plans. Indoor rowing has never been easier. The world is your workout. Start rowing it.
It is time now for the penultimate race of the competition, the Open Women's 2,000 meter grand final. The speed is going to pick up, and again, the culmination of 3 races. This is their 3rd race these athletes will be racing over the past 2 days, 6 races over the past 10 days or so, if many of these athletes did compete in the 500 meter races or the relay races that we had last weekend. So a lot of endurance is necessary, power, speed. Let's bring in the other members of the commentary team, of course. Camilla, Neve, great to have you with us. Neve, let's start with you. So based on what we saw from the lightweight races, does that impact your choices for who you think might end up on the podium in this women's open level race coming up momentarily?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I would have said Elizabeth Gilmore, of course, we've spoken about her so much that she would have been the one to watch in this race. You know, she very much held back yesterday in the Continental Knockout. He's held back earlier in the semi-final. But the one thing with Elizabeth is that she's made it known to everyone on her social media that she has been battling with a stomach bug. So she would be definitely one that I am willing, you know, that I want to watch, and I think she'll make it up there towards the podium. But let's see if that takes it out of her.
And Camilla, for the list of 20 women that we have set to compete, are you again focused on the top 5 qualifying times that we saw from the semifinal, or is there maybe a dark horse a little bit lower down in the start list that you think someone may have been peaking for the right time, like what we just saw from the lightweight finals? Anyone on this list or the second page that we're about to show you that really speaks out to you?
Yeah, look, I think that with this one, you know, Neve's definitely picked out the top name, but Lena Bélanger there of Canada, previous form over the last couple of years, certainly a strong athlete. But look, one thing I will say is that there were only 3-4 seconds separating our top qualifier, Evija Freemain, who's just 17 years of age from Latvia, all the way through to our 20th qualifier, Lena Rumpa from Latvia. So if that's the sort of pool that we're pulling from the semi-final, I really don't think there's going to be much to determine our medalists here in this race.
And that's a great point, because again, in previous years, we've had the age group competitors race in their own race. Everyone is clustered together in the lightweight competitions and the open competitions as well. So we're seeing tremendous performances by women outside of the 23 to 39 open level that we would typically see. So that's something to keep in mind as well as this race gets underway. Right now, of course, final preparations are underway by these athletes. We're starting to see those flywheels start to slow down. The tension starts to build. Neve, let's take it away. The final of the women's 2,000 meter.
Yeah, second last final of the day. We're seeing Elizabeth Gilmore here. Smiles on her face. Earlier in the semi-final, we saw her do a little dance before she took those first few strokes. So great to see her in that, happy place, I suppose. And she's someone who came from a running background into rowing. And it's great to see her now transitioning into that water version of the sport as well. So they're all getting that command to stop rowing, and we're going to see the first fast few strokes out of these rowers now in the next few moments. But yeah, very big names here, and I think we're going to see very, very fast times across the board.
So a nice clean start, no false starts here in the final of the women's 2,000 meters, and I would absolutely love to see these times creep down into the 6:40s, Neve. I don't know about you, maybe I'm just an optimist and really wanting to see some fireworks here, but those times would be pretty stunning. Anything under that 7-minute marker is very impressive, but as we get down into the sub 6:50s, that's where you start to creep in on what would be, you know, sort of international Olympic times for those that compete at the games on the flat water standpoint. And we've seen many athletes who don't do flat water rowing sort of crack that number just from competing in indoor rowing and fitness competitions alone. So let's see how close we can get to that. It's Louise Lefebvre of France that leads out by a good 15 meters. She's jumped that start really well here, but can she hold on here, Neve, as the remainder of the field being that little bit more tentative with this first 500 meters?
Yeah, she's taking a really interesting approach, because we saw her on the camera there a second ago, and she was looking really controlled. Like, she's down at 28 strokes per minute, 29, but she has the lowest split across the board, you know, although as I said, that is starting to creep up slightly. She was down around the 142, 143. She's really trying hard to hang on to that there. It's creeping up to 144, but big lead already after the first 400 meters from her. Elizabeth Gilmore then, of course, now she was down the leaderboard after moving herself up into second second. She has told us like that she used to go out quite conservatively so that she'd have enough to kick hard at the end, but over the years has kind of changed her strategy and now goes out much harder, paces herself, and then hopes that she can hang on and hold on to that pain. But obviously she had the added element of being sick, so I'm not sure if you can go out as hard if you've had, she's been battling a stomach bug the last few days. But looks like, whatever start she took there was kind of reserved. She's starting to kick up a little bit now. She's moved into second position. So yeah, she's actually has a lower split now than Louise, who's still in first place. So let's see if our Versa champion Elizabeth Gilmore can get herself up to the top here.
Yeah, another one that I'm keeping an eye on is youngster Doris Meinbeck of Estonia. She's 20 years of age, going for a target time of 6:52. So down there in those sub-7 times. She did a 7:08 through the semi-final. So has she left herself enough in the tank here? She's pacing well. She's in bronze medal position at the moment and holding that 1:44. So in this women's race, it's a 1:45 split or under that gets you into those magical sub-7 times. So as it stands at the moment, Meinbeck looking pretty good for that, as is Spain's Maria Angeles Macian, who's in 4th place at the moment, but creeping up the board through consistency down at 1:44s, 1:45s. That will see her start to move through the field. But Gilmore still down at a 1:42. That would be a really impressive score. And in fact, if she can hold on to this one, Neve, that would give her a time of 6:48. So down into those sub-650s that we so hope for here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. There's big times being produced, and she's now only 2 meters off the lead of Louise Lefebvre.
Yeah, she's done a lot of work here now. I do think Louise took off maybe a little bit too fast at the start, because Elizabeth Gilmore there is just about to pass her out now and take the lead here in the Women's Open. Then changing as well at the moment, it is still Doris Meinbeck holding on to third, but Maria Angeles Macian of Spain just coming up alongside her. We saw there a moment ago as well Lena Bélanger of Canada, another former Versa Challenge competitor, finishing 6th last year. Someone else who came to rowing not from like the traditional space, I suppose. She came through the fitness space, which we're seeing more and more. Oftentimes we see like the fitness enthusiasts, they kind of come into the 500 meters. We spoke about this, whereas she's come in and took part and came 6th in the Versa Challenge last year, and is just able to show that she can do the short distances, the long distances, and she actually said that she prefers the long distances, but working on her weaknesses makes you a better rower. So she would say that the 2K is probably her weaker one, but here she is doing really well, currently sitting in that 7th position here. But Elizabeth Gilmore now taking that lead and starting to open it up a little bit.
Yeah, just 600 meters to go for our race leader, Elizabeth Gilmore. We've mentioned her so many times. The American who's got the Virginia flag flying behind her there. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen, she was talking a little bit about that environment to be able to show off your nation. And she opted for the Virginia flag over the Star-Spangled Banner here for this final. And we go through 500 meters to go. This is where she's really lifting the lid off it. She's still at 32 strokes a minute. 1:42, so consistent like a metronome, and you can just see there the gap that she's got now back to the rest of this field. A change in our bronze medalist behind Louise Lefebvre in silver for France. It is indeed Angeles Macian of Spain who has managed to pull herself ahead of Doris Meinbeck, the 20-year-old from Estonia, who's just fallen down a little bit. She's only at 1:47s compared to the 1:45 she was pulling earlier on, so not quite able to hold that pace through that really treacherous middle K that we talk about here in the 2,000 meters, that separates those who are solid and have got that endurance, and those that have pushed on hard out the blocks and are just trying to hang on. But here goes Gilmore. She's up at 33 strokes a minute. She's now at 1:40 splits. That is absolutely phenomenal here after, like you say, not the ideal preparation through sickness, through a semi-final 2K that she's already rowed today, and now pulling 1:41s, 1:40s. That is absolutely astounding stuff. We're going to see a great time here from the American Neve into the final 200 meters.
Yeah, and another American I'm keeping my eye on here is Sarah Claren there from USA. She was down towards the end of the leaderboard, and with every stroke she's been just coming and coming and coming. She has it down to a 1:40, 1:39 split now, so she's been moving up through the leaderboard. Probably not enough. There's still 70 meters to go here now. She might move up another place or two here, but coming in to take the win, Elizabeth Gilmore 6:46.4 ahead of Louise Lefebvre of France 6:51.8, Marie-Anglaise Massian 6:52.2, and Doris Meinbach, who had been holding on to that bronze position, moved down 6:57.4. Big celebrations in Spain.
Big celebrations in Spain. That was a brilliant performance there from her, from Maria Angeles Massian, who, as I say, was patient, crept up the board, overtook Meinbeck for the bronze, went on to silver. Overtook to be able to get into that position for bronze. She was so close to Lefebvre as well. It was simply 0.4 of a second to silver in the end. So if she'd have gone 2 strokes earlier, who knows? But she certainly seems happy with that performance. Lefebvre in silver, as we said, and then Gilmore with the gold with that brilliant time of 6:46.4. That is quite stunning stuff, and I'm really pleased to see the amount of times underneath that 7-minute marker. The top 6 all recording a time either 6:58 or below, and then a few times littered through the 7-minute marker. And wow, just a great performance all around for top athletes for doing 2Ks back to back. Hats off to them. It is absolutely not an easy feat whatsoever. But in the words of Elizabeth Gilmore herself, keep the easy days easy and the hard days hard, her mantra. And certainly that seemed like a pretty hard day at the office, Mike.
It definitely paid off for Elizabeth Gilmore. Tremendous performance. And again, we're not seeing that tight of races for these grand finals. We had a 5-second victory in the lightweight women's final, 11 seconds lightweight men's, and Elizabeth Gilmore with a 5-second victory in the open women's category of the 2,000 meter. But it's just great to see these athletes. They're regular people as well. What did Elizabeth say in her interview? Well, I guess I'll be rowing by myself. My husband's going to take the kids to hockey practice. They're going to come home. Oh, by the way, Mom just won a gold medal. Just a 2,000 meter champion. No big deal. Tremendous performance. All around. And Camilla, you were talking about the times we were seeing made all the more impressive, again, because this is the culmination of a big weekend of racing. So Niamh, if I would have told you these times at the start of the weekend, that we were going to have 6 women break 7 minutes in the third race of 3 that they've competed over 2 days, would you have predicted that?
Going off the World Open heat times, I probably would have. We're actually seeing some of the times were a little bit slower than their initial times. For instance, like Elizabeth Gilmore did a 6:45.6 in her initial qualification round. So just slightly slower, just 1 second, less than a second slower today. But that's because of the back-to-back racing. And obviously she was sick as well. But blistering times, like incredible. And then we're seeing certain times like Latvia's Evija Freeman there. She pulled a 6:54.9 yesterday and down to 7 minutes today. So, or up to 7 minutes today. So that's that back-to-back racing is just catching up with some athletes.
Well, Camilla, I think that's what we would have expected from most athletes, is to have a bit of a degradation, have maybe slower times for this final than what we saw from a qualifying time, because that was just a one and done, whereas here we have 3 races. I think the fact that Elizabeth Gilmore was able to be within 1 second of her qualifying time, 3 races, I mean, that's a capacity, I think, that maybe a lot of people within indoor rowing maybe didn't think that people had, or now that they're seeing that it can be done, may give people more confidence. We talked about the 4-minute mile, Roger Bannister effect. If you can see something that can be achieved, that's just a rising tide lifts all boats.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that is developing more and more as we get into racing, not only here at the indoor championships, but also across fitness racing in general, this whole ability to do different events back to back, or different distances, times, different skills back to back, is becoming more and more prevalent through all the different types of fitness racing that we're seeing develop across the globe. It's a really popular style for people to train at, is doing different different disciplines, whether that be partly rower, partly ski erg, partly wall balls, you know, being able to do stuff back to back and still being able to be at your top level of performance and you know, get within seconds, get within centimeters, whatever it may be. That's a really popular type of training right now for across the board when it comes to all different types of racing.
Well, we've talked about incredible performances on the indoor rowing machine that we've seen throughout the championships, but how about a incredible performance by our broadcast team who has been able to turn around an interview with Elizabeth Gilmore already? So here she is talking about her big victory in the 2,000 meter open women's grand final.
I was laying in bed. I got a text from a friend saying, "Where are you? Your race starts in 10 minutes." But we went back and forth about time zones, and I realized it did start in 10 minutes. So that was, I just decided to hold 142 until I couldn't. So that was a little chaotic. It's a really tough distance because you have to really pace well. And it's a hard time, it's a long time to hold that kind of pace.
Well, Neve, that must just make you cringe as a coach because we're talking about preparation and being ready for a race, or you could forget what time zone you're in and, oh, I have 10 minutes to prepare, and then I'm going to put forth the gold medal winning performance. So I'm not sure where you go from there. We've talked about the preparation for 2 days last weekend, and it doesn't matter, I guess. I'm not sure what to take from that.
Well, look, I like to see the good side or the bright side from things, and you know, having 10 minutes to prepare, you don't have a chance to overthink it, and you just, you know, you're going to get that adrenaline rush because there's a fear that you're going to miss your race, and so it's already kicking you into that physiological response that you want to be getting out of your nervous system. So you know what, there might be something in that, and she, you know what, you know, she might have been much slower if she had more time to prepare.
Well, here's a look at the top 20 men that will be competing in the open competition, the men's grand final. Hopefully no time zone issues for any of these 20 gentlemen that we'll see racing here very shortly. We have North America, Europe represented, potentially Africa as well. Exactly where that pin is, I'm not exactly sure. We can confirm that, but lots of excitement starting to build. Great performance by Elizabeth Gilmore. We'll see if the men's 2,000 meter is a little bit tighter. Again, the races thus far today, it's been dominating performances by our gold medal winners. Will that continue? Well, one of the favorites for a gold medal, Ward Lemelin, of course, we saw him compete in the semifinal. He tried to break the world record last year, was unsuccessful. Will it fall this year? Here's what he had to say when we caught up with him earlier.
I feel excited, I think. I feel in great shape. Yeah, and an event what takes a lot of your body because now we are racing 3 times. So yeah, I feel excited and I'm looking forward to give it my all. It will not be easy because yeah, you race the semis around 3 hours before the big final. But yeah, normally my recovery will be good and everything, and especially in the atmosphere we gonna create. I think the crowd will push me towards that 540 again, which is like a mythical barrier. Row here in the sports centrum where it all started for us, where we start rowing and start sports. It's like 1 kilometer from our house. It's like becoming really big in here where we live, but in Belgium in total, and like it's national broadcasting, and yeah, now we expect to have 1,000 people behind us, which is quite special. And yeah, it's just your family, your friends, your partners, and yeah, people who you know, and they are just there to support you. And there are no, and my brother, but there are no other competitors in the arena or in the atmosphere. So yeah, it just it gives me the race. The first 1,000, there can be some noise, but not too loud. And then once I pass the 1,000 meter, they go nuts, and especially in the sprint. Yeah, you should come watch it because yeah, they go all mental.
Well, they showed a brief clip there of when I had a chance to interview Ward last year when he said he was going for the world record. He wasn't able to reach about something he did say, very interesting, Camilla, last year, is that he knew within the first 1,000 meters whether it was going to happen or not. It doesn't mean that he's going to shut it down. He's still going to try and reach that gold medal, but he'll know fairly early on in the first half of the race if it's there to get that world record, to get underneath 540 potentially. But it will be interesting. Again, there's been a lot of strain on these guys over the past 2 days, but if you have 1,000 people watching you in your home arena 1 kilometer away from your childhood home, that might be able to, enough to push you over that finish line and get you under 540.
Yeah, definitely, Mike. And we saw that great footage of Lemelin sitting alongside Jakub Podrazel in the arena in Prague in 2024. And a lot has changed since then, right? Because, like you say, he's back home in Belgium now, like he would have been a few years ago, with all of that support around him to carry him through to the line. But also, you know, Podrazel, he did a 5:48 in Prague last year. He did a 5:40 yesterday. So he's come on leaps and bounds and could give Lemelin the race of his life here today in this final race.
Well, final prediction from me, I think the duration or the span of victory will be less than 5 seconds from what we've seen from some of the previous finals. Flywheels, it looks like they're stopped. Neve, take us away. Last race of the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships.
Yes, final race, and rowers are just about to get going here in the final. And yes, first few strokes pulled. It is a nice clean start here. And you can hear the supporters, no doubt that is coming from Belgium. If there's 1,000 people there, we're going to be hearing lots of sounds. Let's see as the leaderboard starts to sort itself out. It is Anton Grasel, Slovakia, leading out. Big push here now. 118 up at 40 strokes per minute here. Trying to make his mark here. Ward Lemelin then of Belgium in second, currently followed in by Jakub Podrazel. Yeah, things are going to heat up here, but this is incredible, Camilla, from Anton Grasel.
Yeah, a huge first sprint here from Grasel. I suspect we won't see him hold these 120s for very long, because that is underneath the split that we would need to see for a 5:39 finish time. And we know that you know, there's only very few people in the world that are capable of that. A handful, you can count them on 2 hands, people that have gone sub 5:40. Ward Lemelin being one of them, and in the only time that it's ever been done at the World Rowing Indoor Championships, he was beaten by the Olympic champion Ollie Zeidler to the post, to the gold medal. So can he do it now here? He's 10 meters, 30 meters back. He sat at a 125 in this first 500 meters. Conservative, not enough to be under that magical 5:40 time, but look, you can see him closing in now as the split times for me just flittering to sort of 124. He's up at 36 strokes a minute. Grasel's taken his foot right off the pedal now. We'll see him fall down the leaderboard as he moves down to 139s, 140s. He's proved his point in that first 500 meters, but let's see how things shake up, because here comes Jakub Podrazel. He sat very nicely at a 127, 37 strokes a minute, but still not enough to be in contention with Lemelin at this early stage.
Yeah, interesting to see the different approaches there. Anton Grasel just moving down. I think he should, you know, he was really good there in the first 500, so maybe it's the 500 meter race he needs to target next year, but he was really making his mark there. Up at 36, 37 strokes per minute. All the leaders there up around that kind of stroke rate. Ward Lemelin there still powering it out, leading it out, sticking at 125. That's seems to be his target pace here in this middle part of this race. They're going to be starting to approach that halfway mark now shortly, and that's always, you know, that's mentally, it can give people that kick they need. They know they're at the halfway mark. When I'm rowing myself on the erg, I like to think that obviously in coastal rowing we do a little turn, so I like to think that I've done my turn and I'm on my way back home, so that always gives me that little bit of a push. So you can see him actually, Ward now upping his rate. He's up at 40. He took it up there for a few strokes. I think he knew he needed to stay there if he wanted to keep that split down, so we saw him go up to 40, coming back down now to 37, 38.
Yeah, he was doing really well, actually. A 125 is where he kind of needed to be. We need an average of 124.7 to get into that sort of magical 539 territory. So he was doing really well in the first 1,000 meters. That's just drifted slightly. He's now at a 126. He's still well clear of Jakob Podrasel, who managed to produce a 540 in yesterday's Open Continental Heats. No danger, it seems, at the moment of that yet. And yes, he's got a huge finish, the athlete from Czechia. You can see him there. He's one down on the left-hand side of your picture, rowing alongside his fellow Czech teammate Jan Zizek. But look, it's the sports arena in Belgium where the noise needs to lift if we're going to see any times go under 540. Jakob Podrasel there, silver medalist at the moment, but his time's still going down in the wrong direction. He's at a 129, and he needs to be getting faster into this final 600 metres to try and keep pace with Lemelin. It's Joel Nakarinen in the bronze medal position here for Finland, Neve, and we see so much of him through the indoors, through the beach sprints, through the flat water, and of course here on the indoor championships as well.
Yeah, of course, he won the 2,000 meter relay a little earlier with Team Finland, so his legs are going to be hurting, and we can see him having to work hard to try and keep that split under 130. It was starting to creep up, and that was allowing Loda Lemelin to come up a bit closer to him, but it looks like he's just kicking back in here now again. He's actually upped his rate here now for the final 350, 400 meters or so. He has it down to 128, so he's holding on to that bronze medal position currently. Ward up at 40 now. He has it down to 124. He's coming in towards the finish line, Camilla.
Yeah, he's going to need those splits to be much lower than 126 if he's going to go sub 540. I think, like Mike was saying, you either know it or you don't when you take those first few strokes, and I'm not sure this is going to be his time. He will certainly still snatch back that crown as the World Rowing Indoor Champion, but with what time, I do not think it's going to be his best. He's up now at 127s. It is still drifting at 39 strokes a minute with 100 metres left to go. You can see the Belgian fans going crazy in the background for him to try and pull as hard as physically possible, but I think the time is going to be a little bit closer to 5 in the low 540s. Last few strokes here, what's he going to produce? It's going to be a 539.2. He's just managed to pull it under 540 once again. A magical performance. Like I say, you can count on two hands the number of athletes that have managed to crack that time, and he does it yet again here. I think that will be the third time that he's done it here on the world stage. Jakob Podrasel, not a performance to be sniffed at for him. 547.4, not as fast as yesterday's semi-finals, and Nakarinen will take bronze from Finland in a time of 549.3. Of course, all provisional times, but brilliant stuff, and you can see the emotions in the crowd there. A thousand fans predicted. It certainly looks like a lot of them have gathered in the hometown of the Lemelins to cheer them home, and a world champion once again for Belgium here at the World Rowing Indoor Championships, Mike.
What a performance it was. It didn't look like he was going to get it. He just hit it by 0.8 of a second. You can see the emotion on Ward's face there with his family, a standing ovation from all in attendance. But I think what it comes down to, Neve, is if you're going to have 1,000 people watching you, you better produce a gold medal performance and a sub 540. We predicted it wasn't going to happen because, again, with all the work that these athletes have had to put on over the last 2 days, the third race of the competition, and Ward is still able to break 540. It is just incredible, the performances we're seeing, and we're going to have to recalibrate, Neve, of what we expect from these athletes moving forward after what we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, I know Ward had his eyes on the world record, which is 5:35.8. I don't think that would have been possible with the back-to-back racing, but I'd love to see him give it a go next week when he's recovered and see if he can get those few seconds down, because if he went into it a bit fresher, I feel like he'd get much closer to it. But yeah, incredible. Like when you're down at these times, like it's just about, there's not much time off that you can take between now and next year. You know, you have to get straight into that long endurance, try and build that base up before you start in with some sprint work. But it is the more of a base you can build now this time at the start of the year, the better you will be next year.
Well, Camilla, I'm wondering if maybe Ward owes a fruit basket or something to Anton Grassel for that push right out of the gates. Did that kind of bring the pace up a little bit, where if that wouldn't have happened, would Ward have lost the 0.8 of a second that he needed to go sub 540? So that push by Anton right at the start may have produced that performance we saw at the end from Ward.
Yeah, and I think fair play to Grassel for being able to lead a world, some of the best athletes in the world out of the blocks for 500 meters. That might have been his sort of North Star for today, is to take the lead for some period of time for the first 500 meters. But like you say, it pushed the pace on. It sort of forced that performance from our top athletes, but especially from Ward Lemelin, who, like I say, just continues to impress in this sport evermore. And I just cannot get over that. That's 2 races back to back, like he was saying, within a 3-hour period, and yet he still manages to go sub 540. What an amazing achievement from him.
An 8-second victory in that race by Ward Lemelin, a dominating performance wire to wire. Well, once Anton wasn't able to keep the pace that he set in the first 500 meters or so. Joel as well from Finland, great performance. Not only did he do 2 2000s, but he was a part of the relay. It wasn't a full 2,000 meter race, but it was another expenditure of energy. And we've seen Joel with his 2 Versa championships that he is versatile and able to put forth performances like this. But it really just has been a tremendous competition, Neve, and really has kind of, I think, really changed the way of how we're going to look at what performances are being able to be put forth, right? We've had a lot of racing over the past 2 weekends condensed, and we've seen times very close to what these athletes would be able to produce in a one-time only opportunity. So it's just very, very impressive racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, back a few months ago when it was announced, people probably were worried that they'd have a lot of races back to back. But now, when we've proved that you can be as good and get amazing times, even with 3 races across the weekend, I think it opens up the competition to, these changes. We might see it over the next few years. And, we saw it with the Versa Challenge over the last few years, how, athletes who are good at certain distances can actually become good at all the distances. You don't just have to be a long distance rower or a sprinter. You can actually get good at all of them, and that's being proven time and time again now.
And Camilla, what would you say is your major takeaway from the last 2 weeks, the performances that you've seen and the demands placed on these athletes and how they were able to answer the bell?
I really like the format, is my takeaway. I think that it gives a little bit more jeopardy because it allows athletes to make decisions around their strategy that would not be open to them should they just be racing one-off piece in a final. It's also that sort of gamesmanship of the qualification spots versus managing your own energy. The combination of the different age groups into one big event, I think, also allows you to race people alongside you that are of similar speeds, right? Regardless of what your age category or regardless of anything else, it means that you can pitch yourself and aim for racing the people around you, which just makes for good racing, full stop. So I think it's great for the people at each end of the field, and I think it's a fantastic experience as a spectator as well, having that little bit of uncertainty as to whether those performances are going to be produced.
Yeah, I really like that idea of, again, it's not just the one-off race in a vacuum. The two of you have talked about the coverage that you've put forth on the beach sprints, where it's just tweaking things just a little bit. So getting people out of their comfort zones. It's not just one race, there you go, and then you're done. It's kind of putting in different layers and creating more demands on the athletes, Neve, which still leads to really, really incredible performances. And then other athletes see that, and it just causes everyone to raise their game. And that's what we want to see in this sport, is just more and more athletes coming to the sport and putting on these great performances and kind of redefining what we'd expect from the cream of the crop with the World Rowing Indoor Championships.
Yeah, rather than it just being a one standard race, like as you mentioned, the beach sprints, we're seeing athletes go to these competitions, and it's back to back to back to back. And I remember last year at the World Championships, and Chris Bach, the winner of the men's solo, was asked, how can you look so okay and not wrecked after every race? And he said, this is what we train for. This is the sport. And so you can get good at these sort of formats, but it's just about actually putting in the preparation time and not being caught off guard backyard, when it's no longer just 1 2K in a day, that you're doing multiple. And, you know, these athletes had plenty of time to prepare for this sort of format. And it's actually just about executing that preparation time, spending time training in this format, and then just, you know, going ahead and executing it on competition day.
Well, if you want to compete, you don't have to wait until next year's edition of the World Rowing Indoor Championships. You can sign up for the virtual indoor sprints that's coming up in March. So go to World Rowing and you can check all of that out. But this is the close on the 2025 World Rowing Indoor Championships. For Camilla, Neve, my name is Mike Arsenault. We've really enjoyed bringing you this coverage over the past couple of days, and of course last weekend as well. Lots of excitement. We're looking at even more excitement to continue throughout the year in the sport of indoor rowing. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next year.